Hello, everyone. How we doing, guys? How we doing?
Good. Well, actually, no, Nretsews. You introduced me to hell.
Oh yeah, I did. We'll talk about that in a minute, but I should probably say that we're a day and a couple of hours early, most because I had to reschedule a family thing, so I was
This
like,
time,
I
it's Nretsews' fault.
Yeah, I had to message Ali like fucking I had to message Ali last night, and I was like, hey Ali, can we do the stream like a day early? It was like, okay.
I was at work doing my testing and working.
I both hope we are not here for 5 hours, but given his drawings are real kids guy, if I remember rightly, we could be here for a long time. So the video we're covering is Ellie, the stream is.
I've no dropped frames on my end.
For some reason the stream is like going like grey for some reason every now and then on my screen.
I can only blame YouTube because my OBS says 0 problems, 0 dropped frames, all is well, all is fine.
Oh well, chat, let us know if there's any problems. Yeah, maybe it's a me problem. I don't know. It's weird. Never seen that before. That's fucking weird. But anyway, so we're not. I don't know what video you're talking about, Okami. Because we're covering a Scamboli video that came to our radar a few weeks ago. Ironically enough, because we were covering that one guy who was like, yeah, in the names of the great Scamboli reviews, and played a clip from Scamboli reviews or whatever. And then all of a sudden, Scamboli Reviews puts out a 40-minute video about anime discussions, and we're big anime discussion men, right? We do the big anime discussions, right? That's our jam. So I figured for the 60th episode, big 60th.
Well, the first 50 went without a milestone. So we'll make 61.
Since we started counting, since we started counting, I figured, be good to do a nice big video. But so before we get into that, I have introduced Ellie to I've triggered him real bad. He's become.
Oh yeah. So we've at least I've because I'm the only one of us two who does screenshots. It's a little bit unfair to Nretsews, because he would need to have to pick out screenshots and send it over to me, and I have to download the screenshots and put them in, etc. It's a bit of a hassle.
It was just really fucking annoying both directions.
Yeah, and I don't mind picking out screenshots because I can do it all here from my own computer, in my own system, and I have a system to get quickly screenshots in. It's all fine and well, but when I'm doing a lot of shows, it just also takes a bit of time, like 40 minutes if I'm doing the 9 shows again next year or something. So I was looking for some, because Media Player Classic has an option to print a collage, a selection of screenshots at times in the video.
Okay, so just to interrupt you, there is definitely something going on with the stream.
Oh no.
Because I just had it. Sammy says it's happening for him too. So there's definitely some. It's not me. I'm not crazy. I'm not schizophrenic. Thank God.
No, I see. I see it on my mini preview thing. I always have it open. The best thing I could say is like watch it with 5 seconds in the past. Like let it play a little bit.
Well, it's encoded directly into the video because I went back and rewatched it, and it.
Ooh, let's see.
So it's a stream problem.
It's
damn. Okay, this might have something to do with the fact that you've been fucking with shit to try.
No, it's all local program stuff, and OBS says it's all fine with 0 drop frames and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's not dropped frames. It's like the screen goes like grey and glitches.
Yeah, that should be YouTube. I can't make the screen go flashy. It's not flashy over in my OBS itself. or my monitors are not
All right.
flashing.
Well, as long as it doesn't, like, as long as you guys can still hear us and we're still fine, I guess it'll be fine.
Yeah, and also I closed all the extra stuff because the stuff that I download, because Nretsews recommended a new video player that can have scripts, and you can have that collage stuff with a bunch of screenshots, and if I can just generate a bunch of screenshots,
generate a collage, and then you could just take the screenshots out and
and just put them right in, and then it's done right away. I don't have to spend much time searching for screenshots. Much easier, but the video player's like community built, and all the scripts are community made with
and there's like fuck all documentation on how to actually use them.
It's all like just download it. How do
just download this thing. Just download this thing. I'm not gonna tell you how to download this thing. It's just, so according to our chatter, it's just the screen. So yeah, we'll just put up with it for today, and then hopefully
we put up with weird skipping videos before.
We've put up with weird shit before, yeah. But basically, yeah. So the TLDR is basically Ellie's trying to find a way to generate screenshots from a video without having to like run the whole video or do a bunch of shit. And yeah, it's been a bit of a fucking like few week task because you just can't find like how to get this fucking script working.
And I dealt with because in my translation project with a random with a obscure game with half finished tools that extract the game and all the files and whatnot, I can deal with some weird Python commands. Command lines that generate errors every time, but work kind of. I can deal with them, but I can't deal with just instructions that says download this and then
just download it. Just download it. Just look. It just works, okay?
And it does. Then it doesn't.
And then it doesn't. And then it's like, what do you mean it doesn't? It's what do you mean? What do you mean? So yeah, that's been Ellie's brain rot.
Yeah,
like a little bit.
In better news, I still don't have a kitchen, but I have.
How is that better news? You just still don't have a kitchen.
Well, because there's progress. The walls have been plastered. That's right, the thing, right? Plaster.
Yeah.
English homely terms. It's been dry. I've been blasting it with a heater like for the half a week, so my energy bill will be a little bit higher this month.
As you do, yeah.
By 2,000 watts, 24/7 for 5 days. But I think I can put it out tonight or tomorrow morning, and then it's just kind of waiting for the guy, for the worker guy, the guy that I'm paying to put some,
do his job, yeah,
to pour the last bit of concrete, whatever, mix between the tiles on the floor, and then for like next Thursday, the kitchen will be placed, and then I have a kitchen again.
Hey!
So like one week without a kitchen, 1 week without a sink, and a good place to make food and whatnot. All good stuff.
Well, I haven't been really doing a whole lot, and Jesus Christ, that glitch shit is fucking wild. Watching it on the other monitor, I'm like, holy shit. But I haven't been up to anything really. It's just been the usual for me.
Well, so I have maybe some fun thing. Nretsews, have you been keeping up with Helldivers?
Oh yeah, I heard that planet blew up.
Yes,
it's been all over my Twitter. The Illuminates shot a black hole into a planet and it blew the fuck up.
Well, so the black hole, how there was a planet. Super Earth scientists had a brilliant idea to just spray the entire planet with toxins that had no downside whatsoever. And then suddenly, for unknown reasons, the planet became super duper mutated by terminates that would threaten the entire galaxy. How this happened, we don't know. So then we destroyed the planet with a substance that we are completely sure is completely safe, and then it became a black hole. That was completely expected, don't worry about it. And then the black hole started to move towards Super Earth, and now it's has a nice line. One planet is destroyed because it was in the path, and now 5 other planets have like warning signs above them because they're in the path towards Super Earth. You know, the black hole has a path, and we're blaming the Illuminates. Because I guess
it's their fault. 900 million voters killed.
Only like 400,000 did it say.
Something like
those
that.
lives that could not be prioritized, unfortunately, died.
Yeah. What a shame. But anyway, I guess we should probably jump right into it.
Yeah.
And have a look at what's going on. So so this now I should probably say this thumbnail that he's got on this video right here is fucking wild shit. Some fucking I don't really like that anime. I don't. Can't say, but I'm interested because I don't know anything about this video. I don't actually really watch Scamboli. I don't know.
I watched like
really.
a review-ish way back when, like a couple years ago by now.
His name like shows up every now and then. Like I've heard his name, but I don't really know a whole lot about him. So I'm interested to kind of, and I mean that guy in that other video we covered was kind of sucking his dick. So I'm interested to, is he really the king of the AniTube reviewers? Is it? Oh yeah. Ooh.
Is it a title of him or?
I don't know. That's just again. I'm just basing this off the fact that we've covered that guy twice, and he keeps. Maybe he's an orbiter. Who knows? I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. But
we are very much orbiting Joe, so it's
a little bit. Yeah, we have to bring him up every stream. Yeah. But the state of anime discussion though is really what kind of interested me about it, because I feel like there is an interesting kind of discussion, I guess, that could be had around the absolute state of anime discussion. So I'm kind of keen to see what arguments are being made here, and if we can have like an interesting discussion about it. Now, of course, it is a 42-minute video, which is why we're starting really fucking early. And also, if it does get boring, we will be fast forwarding. We will see how we go. But yeah, I guess first things first. Let's get this over here. And
I'm very bad at remembering past videos, as is established, but I don't. Devil Scribbles guys, lollies, and AniTubers evil. I remember
that was what was his name? Freeman. That guy's gone. I don't think he's doing videos anymore. But also, let me do conditioning for Samuel. He's gonna.
Yeah. Or else he will leave. We have to keep him here.
Hang on. There you go. There's your conditioning. But yeah, I think he's gone. Because I think he went off to be a TradCon or something and left YouTube.
I think he just did more of the Ruby rewrites.
No, there was a point where he left. The Devil Scribbles guy on Lolly and Amju's evil guy. Yeah, he that's a classic episode. That was from years ago. But he did leave YouTube. I'm pretty sure because he found God or something and decided, this anime shit isn't worth it. I'm gonna fuck off or something like that. I can't remember. But
right. Anyway, cool, I guess.
Let's see what Scamboli's got to say. Let's have a look.
Have people ever been abusive, stupid, embarrassing, racist, and brain dead because of an opinion you had? Okay, did your opinion also have to do with little magic girls?
Oh boy, here we go.
Defensive about the lolly thing, I guess, maybe? I don't know.
Well, let's see where we go.
Mine was one of those. There's an anime called Madoka Magica, and it's just the greatest piece of shit. Oh, sorry, in my opinion, guys. I made a video recently where I outlined the entire plot and identified things that really bothered me. There's real critique, but this isn't a super serious video. I thought, okay, this is a funny little project. I think everyone will. Imagine disliking something that every intelligent person likes.
couldn't happen to us, Sally. Couldn't happen.
What? Terrible writing advice? Who was that?
Oh man. But anyway, let's let him cook. Let's let him cook.
You fell off and are unfunny. You are gay! Wait, no, gay is good. Gay is good. Anime's gotta be the only niche I know of that treats liking or disliking something as important news. Make the Stallion revealed her favorite anime of 2023, and that's interesting. Make is cool as hell. It's not 20 million views and 12,000 quote tweets interesting. My Hero over JJK, no wonder she got shot. She lost her damn mind. I think it's somewhat improbable that Tory Lanez shot Meg the Stallion because she likes My Hero Academia. But more than one person had this thought. It doesn't even have to be a celebrity. A peer of mine called The Masked Man released a video where...
It looks familiar.
Yeah, we had...
We covered this man before. Have we covered this man before?
At least I had a video in the maybes, I believe.
Maybe we had a video in the maybes, who knows. But
our secret list.
So far, right? I'm kind of leaning into like I'm tacitly. There's been a lot because obviously the Chibi situation's going down still, right? With Chibi getting harassed and maybe doing a lawsuit, right, against his harassers. He's funding money for it, right, and all that kind of stuff. So I'm kind of I do think that people got to chill just a bit, but I think the problem is when you tell people to chill, that just makes them go harder. It's kind of the problem. There's like a reverse psychology kind of thing that goes on where it's like, hey man, maybe you shouldn't be doxing and harassing people over anime, and then they go, fuck you. Right? So
yeah, it's
on one hand, I'm kind of like, yeah, tacit agreement. People do need to kind of chill out and stop being so vitriolic. But on the other hand, I don't really know if this is going to be the way to do it.
My Twitter has kind of been, fortunately, kind of the well, it's still there. Most the clickbait opinion tweet threads have been lowered a little bit in my Twitter, but it's kind of been replaced by console wars, which is more fun, I guess.
Right.
So
I think part of the problem is we live in an age where engagement bait is a real fucking problem, right? Because I often see what tends to happen is you'll have like the same fucking tweet get posted again and again and again and just recycled again and again and again. Like, oh, it's a tweet about my dress up darlings fan service being bad, or oh, it's a tweet about so on and so forth and so on and so forth being bad, right? And it's just this, but it's the same format and the same tweet, and people just keep fucking falling for it, right? They keep engaging with it and causing these tweets to go viral, and that's causing these people to fucking, keep doing it because that's what they want. They want the engagement, they want the likes, they want the big numbers, right? It gives them their dopamine, right? And so I think that a part of the problem is the fact that you are incentivized to be a fuckwit, basically.
Yeah.
Right? Because the more of an asshole you are, right, the more inflammatory and trolly and insulty or racist, I guess, right? I mean, this guy's honing in on the race part, but it's not just racism, right? The more inflammatory you are in general, the more you're going to get that engagement, right? The more people are going to either try to counter you or they're going to join your side in attacking the other side, and that's going to drive up your engagement. So it's just part of the system at this point, which is a shame.
Yeah, it's also just from just some random complaining about Twitter again. Remember this, and then some stupid, not even a meme, but thing. And no, or it's kind of baiting. Yes, I remember this, or no, what is this? And that also, I said it like last week or the week before. Getting paid for online interactions is a death. Is a death for conversations. Is a death for a platform to talk on.
And I mean I think it was worse I wouldn't say it was worse, but it was definitely a problem because I know with Twitter, if you have the tick mark, you can get paid for shit now. But although I keep because engagement bait is technically a TOS violation on X.
So vague. It's so vague. What is fun thing and engagement bait?
I feel like Elon needs to fucking stop, sucking Trump's dick and needs to get back on Twitter and fucking fix his website, because I do think that because I would argue engagement bait should be bad. I think if someone is clearly just recycling the same shit over and over again for engagement, right? I feel like that is
but as long as you get paid for engagement, you always have engagement bait. So. Get rid of...
and I mean, it's a problem on YouTube too, right? We deal with people.
But Twitter is just especially bad because videos you have to commit for a video and you don't get paid as much if you don't work if somebody just clicks and then immediately.
Yeah, because they changed it to watch time. Yeah, so that did kind of help with that.
So, Twitter is just when you click on it, when you see it, then you get paid, and that's terrible because it just incentivizes either bots or outrage.
All these guys are grifters because they act retarded and get attention. I act retarded for the love of the game. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, let's keep going.
Enough about Twitter.
He's very candid with his opinion on Ashita no Joe. So candid, you can see his feelings on the thumbnail. This image blew up on Twitter. They're calling him an elitist. They're saying no one will ever respect him again. He's done. And Masked Man is an idiot.
He whipped out his wood and then he said I was incredible. How many nuts were fired, I don't know, but I like testicles.
Just not...
I'm not into the humor.
It doesn't offend me or make me, it doesn't repulse me, I should say.
My problem I'm having now is, I get that Scamboli or whoever it is right now, right, is trying to be funny, right? I get that, but are you trying to be funny or are you trying to have an actual serious, discussion about the state of YouTube, right? Or the state of AniTube, or the state of anime discussion, right? I kind of feel like you gotta... I could get a little bit of humor, right, here in the end, toss a little bit of jokes, right, be a little funny, but I feel like, there's a bit of tonal whiplash, a little bit. But let's continue.
For disliking a manga. Anime discourse has something wrong with it. You've noticed, I've noticed, but there's no agreement on what specifically. Who gets to even be a part of the conversation is contentious in itself. Some people think gatekeeping is essential. Normal people think of the outdoors, and the only thing we can agree on is that no one agrees. This video exists not really to solve anything. I'm not arrogant enough to believe that I have the answers or am even on the right side of the discussion, but I think that what happened to me is the funniest and most absurd reaction to anything I've ever made. The last few years in anime have been crazy, and over time I've had so many thoughts regarding online discussion. What better time than now to use my situation as a springboard to absolutely fucking yap about gatekeeping, elitists, my allegations, and most importantly, a quick... If you haven't seen my last video, this is the world's fastest summary of Madoka Magic.
Oh god, okay, well, do we really need this? Because
we're going to talk about this Madoka video and have a direction on it,
I guess, but this is like a Mother's Basement problem where it's like, I don't think I need an entire plot summary of Madoka Magica.
Well, it's going to be the world's fastest, so...
Let's let him cook.
In a fucked up world that I've been told is not Europe, lives a girl named Madoka Kaname. Notice the beer keg above her shoulders? I've also been told that's her head. She's shopping. La 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 la.
What the fuck?
The voice she hears is actually a cat who's like, hey, I'll grant you wishes if you fight evil witches for me. You'll be magic girls, I'll trap your souls in rocks.
What?
And they're like, we'll think it over. So in the meantime, they hang out with this chick named Mommy for 3 episodes. She's been a magic girl, so she shows them the ropes.
Alright, it's already longer than I expected it was.
Alright, let me just
the toilet, that's her being eaten alive by a sugar monster. Sayaka wants to become a magic girl regardless, so she can save the boy she likes, while Madoka is very scared, especially since this creepy girl keeps appearing and saying vague shit about her not becoming a magic girl. Sayaka signs the contract, and Madoka accidentally fucking murders her in cold blood by throwing the rock that contains her soul. When the rock is returned, she comes back to life, and everyone's like, Kyubey, what the fuck was that about? What did Sayaka turn off when she threw the rock? And Kyubey's like, you're asking why her soul leaves her body when separated from her soul gem? The fuck, like, wait, so our bodies are... Yeah, empty husks, so you can keep fighting even if your arms fall off or something? Well, why didn't you say that? I would have if you were at all curious about the situation. I only like through omission, not...
Yeah, we really didn't need this.
No.
We really didn't fucking need this. Like, okay, I get, like, if he wanted to provide the context of, like, okay, why are people, like, because I want to know, right, okay, he put out a Madoka Magica video. We haven't seen the Madoka Magica video.
No.
We don't know what his opinions on Madoka Magica are. A much better idea would have been to give a quick summary of, hey, this is my quick recap of my opinions on Madoka Magica.
Or
You
at least,
don't need to do
themes. Give me the themes. That's way more important than...
you don't need to do an entire fucking plot summary of Madoka Magica. Right?
Give me just,
this was completely unnecessary.
Give me just, the show is essentially a Faustian bargain. And, those who take it gets no redemption for it, or, etc., or find redemption only in death. And ta-da, Madoka Magica, and the only redemption is, escape is to escape this entire question at all, Ta-da, that's Madoka Magica.
I love, so when the stream glitches out, it's really funny, because, like, my avatar keeps coming as the only thing that remains. It's like I'm destroying the stream.
Oh, I will blame you for it. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's my fault. It's all my fault, apparently. But anyway, but yeah, let's keep skipping through this.
All right, fucking Google it. Look, give me your phone. See, so Sayaka's like, you know what? At the end of the day, I got to worry about later. Hose. Only her friend immediately tries to steal her man because now he's not disabled, and Sayaka goes sicko mode, which reveals that witches are just magic girls who went crazy at some point. Sayaka then transforms into a powerful witch that can only be stopped by a magic girl 9/11ing herself into Sayaka, killing both. And in the next episode, I'm getting sick of this, so I'm just going to finish the summary in one breath. Homoda is actually a time traveler obsessed with Madoka, and at the end of each time, Madoka dies fighting a witch called Fulperkishnet. I would simply go, awesome, but Homoda is obviously pretty in love with Madoka, so she decides to kill the big powerful witch all on her own, meaning Madoka doesn't have to become a magic girl, doesn't die, boom, best timeline. But Kyubey manipulates Madoka into rushing to the scene, becoming the most powerful magic girl of all time. Then Madoka fucks over Kyubey by wishing that all magic girls from every timeline died on the spot, creating a timeline where witches were never a thing, and only Homoda remembers her. The end. The summary is somewhat inaccurate in the end.
Okay, here we go. Hopefully he's fucking done. This was, like, none of the joke, because he had a few jokes in there. None of that was funny, right, to start with. None of that was funny, and this was completely unnecessary. Completely unnecessary for what he's trying to do. Is in the works to keep track of every glitch. I'll code the website. It's an ARG, yeah. Also, I forgot to turn my Discord over to Thingamabobber. Hang on.
We don't want to hear your pings. Very annoying when a video includes Discord pings.
Oh yeah. So you want to know? This is a bit off topic, but there was a fucking oh god, what was it? It was so there's a guy who was showing up in my YouTube shorts who did, like, War Thunder content or something, and he kept putting this the fucking fire detector smoke alarm chirp noise for when the battery's low, right? That was a meme for a while. He kept fucking putting that in the video just randomly in his shorts. So it would just go off. You'd think it was a fucking your smoke alarm, but it's not. And it's like, I can respect the hustle, because that is pretty good, but it's also really fucking annoying. So similar to, like, the Discord ping problem. So, but anywho, let's get going.
Impressive time.
Or actually, what I'll do is I'll slow him down, because I think he's done with his recap now. So let's put him back to 1. There you go. Slow it down.
But this should be enough for you to understand everything else I say in this video. Especially this next part. I should get serious, because here's where I discuss...
Oh, here we go.
It's Christmas evening. A blanket of food covers the table, the aroma tunnels through your nostrils, and you excitedly take a bite of your grandma's famous ham. You can see it in her eyes, the elation, the fulfillment she gets from sharing a meal with her grandbaby. How is it? She asks. Bitch, this shit awful. That wasn't very helpful. Why do I have old heads commenting on my ham like this? At least give me something to nibble on. Many people online get emotional, but few know why. They know that when you...
Okay. I have a feeling this is just going to boil down to man has a contrarian opinion about Madoka Magica, right? He doesn't like Madoka Magica, right? Which is contrarian, because, Madoka Magica is well loved, right? People love that show. Everyone loves Madoka Magica. How could you not like Madoka Magica, right? And he's getting clapback either because here's the thing, because of the lack of the context, right? Because I don't know whether or not his opinions on Madoka Magica are actually good or not, right? Because you can critique Madoka. I'm sure that you could probably, like, if you watch Madoka Magica, could probably come up with some critiques, right? I'm fairly certain. Like, nothing is like free from sin,
absolutely.
right?
I don't.
Nothing
it's
is free
too
from
long, so I can't criticize Madoka right
Yeah.
now. But
Yeah, but this is where I'm getting at, right? And you're always gonna get some clapback, right? You're always gonna get some clapback from people that disagree with you. That's just how it is, right? So I think what's happened here is he's put out a video on Madoka where he's got some contrarian opinions, and he's getting that clapback, right? And I'm not going to judge whether or not that's deserved or not because I don't have the full context. But you know, sometimes you're just fucking wrong, right? Like, we've covered people like on the show that are like literally just like factually inaccurate about things in the show, right? Where they just like it's almost like they watched a completely different show, Ellie, right?
yeah,
And we've covered people in the past, and when that happens, right, it's like, yeah, no, you're just fucking wrong, right? And so if that's happening with Scamboli, like, all right, okay. Because here's the thing, right? I was hoping this was going to be like a video where he's like, okay, let's talk about like the overall general, like, you know, anime discussion, right? Like the state of like the actual discourses, you know, how can we improve this? Maybe is there ways that we can improve this? What maybe we can isolate where the problems are coming from, right? But this all just seems to be dude's mad, people don't agree with. Right? That's the vibe I'm getting. It's like, dude's mad, people don't agree with him.
you know, and for actually, Nretsews, I have content. I have a video that people don't agree with. What do I say to that? You are all wrong. Every single one of you are wrong.
Yeah.
I made this video. You are down there in the comments shouting incoherently like savages, and I'm here, and I know I am right.
You got two choices. You either double down, right? You either double down, or it is actually a case where you are actually wrong, and you have to kind of fess up to that, right? Like, it's one or the other, right? You got two options basically. But again, that's the vibe I'm getting from this. I'm getting the vibe of like, man put out his opinions on the internet, and then people disagreed with him, right? That's the problem. I mean, you know, let's continue. Let's see what else.
This anime was
real quick, Nretsews.
All right, I'll leave.
And just, you know, I say this for fun because I haven't changed my opinion, and you know, I can say, oh, for fun, it's all in my ivory tower, but it is my opinion, and that could be my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, and then, like, here's the thing. I don't really care if, like, someone doesn't like something that I like, or someone is critical of something that I like, right? Like, I'm either going to agree with the criticisms and take them in stride, right? Or I'm going to be like, no, I think you're wrong. And then that's it, right? I'm not, like, it's you know, it's not really that big a deal at the end of the day, is it? Really? Like, who cares?
No, even the terrible writing advice guy is kind of, from what I mean, I've seen like a couple videos. He hasn't been recommended to me. From what I don't think he's a big guy, so his influence isn't that large. And and you know, he wrote a book, and people said, "Oh, it's kind of badly written" or something. So there's always the the curse of the criticizers. There are like a couple of movie reviewer criticizer guys that made a movie, and every single one of them was kind of bad. So
the Channel Awesome guys,
yeah, but also wasn't it something like also Angry Video Game Nerd made a movie, and so this terrible writing advice guy made a movie?
I don't know. I don't.
I thought Shadowverse also wrote a book, and after criticizing that other books are bad, and his books is also kind of, you know, so it's just a curse. Reviewers can't write.
But anywho, let's continue.
boring. It upsets them, but now the objective is to figure out why that's your problem. Ah, you only didn't like it because you were high and...
All right, hang on. I kind of want to go back because I didn't quite get what he was.
Let me click this away.
Hold on. Yeah, no, sorry, because I kind of wanted. I didn't get what he was saying there. Hang on.
And like this, at least give me something to nibble on. Many people online get emotional, but few know why. They know that when you say, this anime was boring, it upsets them. But now the objective is to figure out why that's your problem. Ah, you only didn't like it because you were high and telling jokes. Okay. What did I say that you think is incorrect? It seems like...
Well, I mean, again, it's like, this doesn't... missing context, right? Missing context. Like, what actually was the point of the Madoka
I
video,
guess
right?
he, from what if multiple comments say mentioning getting high, I guess he said I watched Madoka while being high. Well,
maybe he joked about it or something, and he's just like, you know, man. There's a saying. Now, have you ever heard the saying? What is it? I gotta remember it now myself. It was something along the lines of like, pretending to be retarded makes you retarded, right? Don't pretend to be stupid, because even if you're just pretending, you are still being stupid, right? Something like that.
There would
right?
probably be some saying, some phrase.
Like that's the vibe. I'm getting a lot of vibes here. Right? And that's one of them where it's like, because based on the humor that we've seen in this video already, I wouldn't be surprised if his like Madoka video had a lot of that humor in it, and maybe that humor like obfuscated a lot of like his actual points. Because here's the thing: maybe he did actually have a point, right? Maybe he did actually have a point in his video, and it might have been an interesting point, or a point that could be like considered, right, from an alternate perspective, even if you did like the show, right? But if he like puts 50 gazillion layers of irony, haha, 420 blaze at weed jokes over it, right? Maybe that kind of made it so people can't actually understand the point that you're trying to make, right? It's a common problem I've found. But anywho, let's keep going.
Like you unironically didn't understand it. You were high and telling jokes. Okay. What do you think I don't understand? Something.
Well, what? We don't know. That's a problem. God, I feel like.
I don't. Yeah. Do you want every single person to write a list of arguments for what? I don't think YouTube comments is the place for that. I mean,
not really. No.
Now, even still, right? A lot of places aren't the right places. YouTube isn't really the place in general for stuff like that. I guess response videos or reaction videos, kind of like these, are the only real way to get these criticism.
Yeah, because we're listening to the whole thing in context, right?
The only other
we're listening
way...
to his argument in context, and we can go back if we don't understand it. Like I just did, right? Like I didn't get what he was saying, like, because I thought he was making an actual point about Eva or whatever, because we were talking, right? So I was like, all right, no, I'll go back, listen to him in context again, and I was like, oh, he was making a bit of a okay. Right.
The only other way is to write like just a whole thing on a blog somewhere. But
yeah, and the thing is, most people are not gonna fucking do that, right? Like most people, they're just gonna have their gut, like emotional reaction, and they're just gonna type out their like one sentence YouTube comment, right?
See,
like,
and if somebody, if some people say it on their mind video, you get it. I understand what they were saying, right? I understand.
They're saying that like the impression they got from me was that I didn't understand the work. Right?
Yes,
and I can understand Scamboli's like response of like, okay, well, tell me how what I didn't understand, right? Be more specific, right? But again, that's like the thing. You're not gonna get that from random YouTube anonymous comment man guy who like probably just shot that comment off on his lunch break or something.
Are you going to get like an in-depth review on why you didn't buy this cookie instead over the other cookie in the store?
Yeah, you're gonna have to do a complete contextual meta-analysis
on why you bought this shampoo over the other.
Yeah.
Oh no, you can't leave the store because you didn't like my shampoo. Now you have to explain why you
Yeah.
didn't like my shampoo.
Exactly. All right. Well, let's keep going.
People will do it in even more words. I am actually so shocked at how bad your interpretation of the show is. I couldn't meet you halfway with some of these points. They were just outright bad faith analyses. This is just shit talk with a Mr. Potato Head mustache wearing a name tag that says critique.
No, it's not. No, that seemed fair. Like, again, if like maybe you didn't get your point across properly, dude. Like, maybe you didn't fucking like. Maybe the arguments were bad faith. I don't know. Maybe they were.
And also, it's still echoing the same thing, and it's you're valid if you say no. This is my opinion.
Yeah, just use that as a shield, right? I'm expecting that to come up in a second. He's just gonna be like, "Oh, it's just my opinion, bro. Doesn't matter because it was my opinion." It's like, yeah, well, that was just that guy's opinion too. That guy's opinion is that you're being bad faith in your criticisms of Madoka, whatever they may be, right? Like that's his opinion. You need the burden of proof has been shifted to you.
I did make like a second video from no, I get the jokes. I still think it's bad.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did do that. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, like because you can, maybe just
I can clarify. I can directly say from, because a bunch of criticism was from, no, you don't get the joke. It's irony, and all that stuff. Blah 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 blah. And then I said,
yeah, I know it's irony. It's just because irony's shit.
Yeah, and then I made I made the second video from, yes, I know it's irony. No, it's still bad.
Yeah,
and that's from, all right, here's my response video to all you comments, and I still
and that's what this video feels like. This is his response video to these comments, but he's not actually countering what they're saying yet. I mean, we still got a lot of video to go, right? So he might, but he's not actually countering what they're saying. He's just saying, well, no, you, right? No, you. Burden of proof is on you. Prove to me why I'm. Well,
I should have gone. No, explain the irony then.
Yeah,
go ahead. Yeah. Why you're just saying you didn't get it? Explain why.
Yeah. All right, well, let's keep going.
Just say the thing that you disagree with. At this point, I'd rather you just comment, "What a dumbass," and move on. At least that's honest. Instead, people want me to play this game where I'm like, "Oh yes, these are things I will learn from. Thank you."
Hang on, what do we got here? We got. Actually, it's heavily implied, which I'm not sure how you missed, but has been through multiple timelines, not just one. We see in the anime hundreds even, so she did try. Madoka was her ride and die. She tried everything she thought she could. Also, it's worth noting that their stupidity is on purpose. They're 14-year-old girls and aren't capable of thinking. Like we're capable of thinking, so while yes, it is annoying to watch stupid decisions, it is for me on purpose and it makes sense. I mean, he objectively missed it because he was high and more focused on making jokes with his friends, as he states and shows. Yeah, so again, if he said that in the video, right? If he said, "Oh, I was high," or I was in a Discord call watching it with bros or whatever, doing the whole social interaction problem, right? Like, yeah, maybe you brought this upon yourself, my dude. Maybe in your attempt to be a haha funny man, you undermined your own critique, right? Maybe that's an actual problem. Like, that's what I'm picking up. That's what I'm picking up here. He didn't actually engage with the anime he watched, and expects to have his shallow criticism taken seriously. And then his response is like, you may have missed the 2-minute-long edit with the giant bright title card screaming, again, save her, where I especially say she travels back hundreds of times. Okay, well, maybe the commenter was wrong.
If you do otherwise, you're an idiot.
I'm talking about you being It's a completely different guy! It's a completely different guy!
I have reasons for thinking so, such as...
Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Did you fall to the dark side?
Wait a minute, because he puts that video from that player, that comment underneath his thing, and now he's put a different comment under. Like, what's going? Oh wait, it's because okay, no, it's fine. I'm being a dumbass. See, I can admit when I'm being a dumbass, right? Because it's like, oh my god, you're being insufferable on purpose, and then he's added the rest of the comment. Okay, never mind. I read the other replies you gave. Did you fall to the dark side? Your other replies when the video came out were actually giving insight into why you didn't like the show, but now you're just dogpiling people, bro. Okay, so yeah, all right. Well, anyways,
fuck. You're an idiot. There's people who are passionate about their favorite anime. They appreciate these shows and recognize the subjectivity inherent in every piece of art. While they respect that it's not for you, they'll try to share their angle, and that's really cool. We don't have to agree.
Nretsews, I'm going to... Alright, my pause, right? My quick pause.
Yeah, your pause.
I just showed a bunch of... This is kind of annoys me, you know, intellectually, I guess. He showed a bunch of comments that start with... I disagree, but I like the video, and like 3 of them. No, I can hate the video and make good points.
Yeah.
Why do I have to respect the video?
Why do I have to frame my criticism in this like to be nice to you when you're not going to be nice to anyone else?
Well, even if he's not, even if I watch the video and I hate it, and I don't perform, this video is trash. I hate it, and I then make all my points why I absolutely hate this video. That is still me being respectful. I say I hate this video. These are my reasons. Well, and you know, maybe you know these comments, etc., whatever. But they only showing examples of comments that start with I disagree, but I like the video, as if those are the good ones. No, there are more ways you can...
because they were nice to me, they get to be validated, whereas if you were an asshole, then you...
No, even if, you know, it's me from this video is complete trash and I don't think it has any redeemable points, yeah, that's me being an asshole, I guess, but it's still intellectually fair. I stating my opinions, and I'm going to list all the reasons why. That is still good criticism, right? I can, you know, any teacher will come across some, you know, some whatever homework essay that they completely hate on every single level, and they're going to grade it as such. That is not being them disrespectful towards the student that produced it. That's them being fair and honest.
I agree with you. I think it's a bit silly to just dismiss like any criticism that doesn't come from like a very specific like instead of like actually looking at what the criticism is and seeing if it's valid, instead you're critiquing like the tone, right? It's the tone police aspect of it, right? Where it's like, oh, you were being an asshole, therefore you're... And I can kind of get that if the criticism is just, yeah, you're a dumbass, right? Like if it's just only if that's the comment is literally just, hey, you stinky poo, right?
Yeah.
Such shit, right? But if it's like actually like a paragraph length fucking critique, right? That goes over all the stuff you did wrong, and the guy was just like, yeah, I don't like the video, you fucked up, here's where you fucked up, right? That's a bit different, right?
No, it just you know, it bothered me. Just only showing detrimental comments like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I have this criticism, but please consider these."
I'm so sorry, Master. I'm so sorry.
But I have these tiny nitpicks that you might want to consider. No, I hate this video. Please,
King, I'm so sorry that it's King. I disagree with you, King. Right? Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
But yeah, let's keep going.
And that's what makes learning about people interesting.
You're seeing the great shit happen now. Yeah, it's been ramping up a little bit, but I mean, like, as long as we can still get the cast done, right? I think it should be okay. We'll have to figure out what's going on later.
I closed all the funny programs
like
on my end.
It's either you're gonna have to reboot your computer because it's a driver issue, or it's like something else going on.
OBS is just
as long as the stream's still going.
OBS,
as long as the stream's still going, we'll just put up with it for now.
No, I'm going to sneakily go on Twitter if other people have a problem with this or some.
Alright, whatever.
I'm going to go cray-cray, however, with a theory. People will get mad at you for any opinion on anime. It doesn't matter how you articulate it. You say, Dragon Ball Z has bad fights? The Gojo PFP calls you That's just the way that it goes. Some fan bases are worse than others, and I think
Well, on the one hand, I kind of like, yeah, I think no matter what, you're gonna piss someone off, right? Like that's just how it is, right? No matter what your opinion is, there's gonna be someone out there that disagrees with you.
Yeah,
It's bad. Like I think this is kind of a reductive point, really. Like, yeah, yeah. Like what else can I say other than yeah? If you, no matter what you say, there's gonna be someone out there that's gonna be like, hey, I think you're a dum-dum, right, for thinking that, right? It's just how it is. You just gotta deal with it.
boils down to people really identifying with these shows. You can gain something from any anime. You might have learned the importance of discipline from Dragon Ball or identified with Kirito. This is doubly true for thematically dense media like Evangelion, Fooly Cooly, or Lane, where if you say anything about those, they'll still call you slurs, just dressed in more syllables. There's a contingent of people that really identify with anime. Maybe they watched it during a hard time and saw hope in a character. I modeled aspects of myself after fictional people, and today, they're still a part of me. So for some, if you say you don't like it, that's not an opinion. It's a critique on the soul. It's to invalidate the worth that they've gained.
So it's annoying because he went from like petty bullshit, right, about his Madoka video, to actually making a salient point here. Because I do actually agree. I think that what happens is, and I've talked about this before a lot on Twitter back in the day. Not so much now because I don't actually tweet as much as I used to, right, for a number of reasons. But like, there is definitely a problem where people view criticism of a show as critiquing them as a person, right?
Yeah.
They think that hey, I don't know, what's a good example? Guild Receptionist. I'll use that because that's a show I'm watching, right? I'm not going to be able to talk about it today because it comes out today, but I'll use the example because it's the first one that comes to mind, right? I like Guild Receptionist. I think Guild Receptionist is right. We'll have like someone like, I don't know, you or Ellie or someone else will show up and they'll be like, hey, fuck you, Guild Receptionist sucks. Balls, it's boring. The animation's bad. Ugh, it's bad, right? And you can either be like, all right, cool. That's nice that you think that, right? And not take it as like a personal attack on yourself, right? Because at the end of the day, it's a show. It's not you, right? You are not the show. Whereas with a lot of people, they think, no, I like the show. How can the show be bad? I can't like something that's bad, right? No, fuck you. I like the show. Show cool, right? I will defend the show to the death because I am incapable of liking something that has bad aspects to it or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So I do think that is definitely a phenomenon. I do think that is definitely a problem, right? I think that people do need to detach criticism of a thing from criticism of them as a person, because at the end of the day, it is not, you are not being criticized when someone criticizes your favorite show or something that you like, right?
Oh yeah, but it's just everywhere all the time. I mean,
oh yeah,
console wars are this. Oh no. I am of the belief, Nretsews, Xbox is just dying. They're not going to release a new console.
Yeah, we've said this multiple times. Yeah.
So, but if you say this to the Xboys, the Xbots, as they do,
yeah, they go ballistic at you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're great. Never.
It's the same with the Sony ponies too, right?
Yeah, Sony, Sony lost $1 billion on Concord and $1 billion more on all those live service games they canceled. They don't have any games for the next few. No, they didn't. It's all fine. They made right.
Yeah, and it's because they tie a part of their identity to the thing, right? And so that's why I'm saying, I agree with Scamboli here. I think this is definitely a reason why people do get very emotionally attached and very, whatever. And I think it's something that as long as you got to be cognizant of it, because you can fall into it, right? You can fall into that trap, especially when you're younger, right? But I think as age kind of rolls around, you can kind of start to recognize what's going on and you can kind of avoid it. But it's something that you do got to kind of work on, right? And so,
I mean, I'm not immune. I'm partial towards Nintendo. I'd rather see Nintendo survive any big video game crash than Sony or Microsoft. I like the Steam store, and even if there are free games on Epic, is it really, the cost-benefit analysis of free games, but I have to install a new program? Free games are more worth than the hassle of having another launcher, but still, I wouldn't really bother with Epic anyway. That's still, the tribalism and whatnot, and
and that leads to a lot of stuff. So yeah, anyway, back to man, because he's making points again. He's making salient points
from these shows. In the same way that if you invested time into a drawing and someone told you that's garbage, how many people would remain composed after that? It just gets fucking ridiculous at a certain point. Like, really? You want to kill me because I said Kenja no Mago is bad?
Valid though. Kill people for their opinions.
Yeah. Ellie, quote 2025.
Do it. Quote me on that.
Quote you on that. Make it into a quote with your avatar next to it. Necessarily where it's coming from?
I don't know. Also, the comment that he highlighted there wasn't necessarily about him disliking Kenja no Majo. It was...
I think he's just making a joke because he's picked a random anime.
Yeah, but also, you could just be so annoying about an opinion. Even if I agree with the opinion, I want you dead anyway. Right, Nretsews, you can say something I agree with.
Presented in such an obnoxious fucking way, yeah.
Yeah, you can say, alright, anime that I didn't like. I don't care. I don't remember anime that I don't necessarily like. Anyway, anime I don't like. Nretsews, you say the most obnoxious shit ever. Nretsews, and I agree with you, but I want to kill you because you're so obnoxious. That's...
Yeah, people work on vibes a lot of the time, right? I talk about vibes a lot, like I'm getting vibes, right? I think a lot of people... Slime.
You would be extremely obnoxious before I would kill anybody over slime.
Oh, excuse me. But, no, because it's like... I think that the... oh, man, I lost my train of thought now because of that. But, I think that people work on vibes, right? They work on like they get like a vibe, and if the vibe doesn't gel, then they get they go crazy about it. But anyway,
much as I stole from Spider-Man and wanted to be Ichigo as a kid, I don't care if you think their source material is bad. I don't even care if you have a bad reason for thinking so. What the fuck does that take from me? Does it make the lessons they've taught me invalid? No. Does it make them worse? No. Could others like it less? Possibly. And if that truly bothered me, I would just lend critique. I would weigh our ideas against each other. Or say, F you, and move on.
You're gay and objectively wrong. Yeah, there you go. 1 subscribers.
You can also just be annoying about it, right? That's the kind of the missing thing about...
Yeah, again, it's part of the context missing, right? Like, I'd have to watch whatever the fuck that Madoka video was. I'm kind of interested almost to go watch, falling into the trap, right? Like, I'm almost interested to, like, because I haven't watched Madoka yet, right? I still haven't watched it yet, right? So I'm kind of like, I'm kind of intrigued to both watch Madoka and then maybe watch his video just to know if he's wrong or not. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, dude, you're on the internet. That's just the internet's always kind of been this way. I think the problem is just that, it's ramped up a bit in recent years, and we need to figure out what's going on because eventually there's going to be a breaking point. And I think the Chibi Reviews thing is kind of possibly going to be that breaking point if this lawsuit happens, I guess. But we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, so at some point there's going to be like, real, actual, tangible, fucking real life harm that comes with stuff like, people getting way too fucking psychotic over stuff like anime and whatnot. But anyway, let's continue.
Fun story. The same night I wrote this, my friend said, I hate Spider-Man. He's lame. And I simply replied, silence, white mutant. and moved on. Who cares? We give too much power to anime critique critics, the people who feel you're wrong but can't articulate why, the people in your Twitter mentions when you have any opinion on anime. But maybe I've been...
Oh, introspection? Oh, this could be funny. All right,
Yeah.
this could be good.
There's nothing more pure than a motherfucker with Down syndrome. Have you seen one of these guys frown?
Okay, what the what?
Ooh,
What
don't
what are
go.
we? Where are we going, buddy? What's going on?
Dangerous territory, my friend. Don't go about using
Oh man, he is stepping into a minefield right now. Let's keep going.
I haven't. Young children are also extremely pure. When I was younger, I had a toy Omnitrix, and when I slapped that hoe, I truly believed I would turn into the alien of my choice. The lens that these two people see the world through is often limited, so things that are routine to most would seldom occur to them. If either one of these people makes a mistake, you shouldn't get angry.
Sorry, I got wooden spoon. Wooden spoon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's it. Wooden spoon. No, look, it looks like a wood. A spoon, look at a wood.
Ah! Hey!
Ah, look.
Ah!
Someone found
Yeah!
Well, hold on, that's... Yeah, I would kill for you. But eventually, children grow up.
I'm not convinced.
That was a bad thing to use. I feel. I get what he's kind of trying to say, but at the same time,
I mean, Nretsews, I have in my family a severely autistic cousin. She can get very angry still, so don't go around saying, oh, at least the Down syndrome is different from autism, etc., etc. But don't go around from, oh, they're always so innocent and happy. No, they can be viciously angry.
No. And I know from experience myself with because my brother is and also I mean I'm diagnosed myself, right? So it's kind of
And I am normal because I don't have any diagnoses.
Yeah, you're normal. Yeah. But it's yeah. I'm not gonna get too deep into that, but it's like yeah, that was not good.
No.
Up and know better. Your expectations shift, and suddenly it's not cute that your 13-year-old son can't do his laundry. Even people with severe learning disabilities have different but ever-shifting expectations. Madoka does not have Down syndrome. She's not 8. She's just fucking stupid. And I think, unlike the first two, stupid can...
This is a really fucking dumb point. I'm sorry. Madoka isn't real to start. To start with, like, okay. Your expectations of a fictional fucking 14-year-old, right? Or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, that's not even. She's not real, dude. Like, you can't treat her like a real person.
And even
like, if she's a dumbass, she's a dumbass, I guess. But it's like you're kind of like maybe this is the problem with you, not the problem with the show. I'm just
also like
saying.
Madoka has given very little information through the entire series. We as a viewer see like 10 times as much as Madoka ever really realizes in the show. Even in the scenes that she's present in, we know more what is going on than she does. So it's kind of, it's always easy to call a character dumb for not realizing something. Because we have the camera. The camera can show everything when it wants to. Even, like I said, when they are present in the scene, they might not see the cool fight scenes and the inner. They don't have insight in the inner thoughts of the characters that are fighting, etc., etc. So that's just a quick defending of any character that is stupid in the moment. Still,
well, I mean, again, it's like it's a contextual thing, right? And let's see where he's gonna go with
yeah,
it. But like,
stupid
this is a very fucking weird point. So that's my take on it.
Be criticized. She's 14, and I don't trust this bitch not to microwave the milk carton trying to make cheese. Madoka is to be driving in 1 year. A car weighs 2,000 pounds and goes very...
Driving?
Well, I mean, it depends on what country you're in. I know down here you can start to apply for your learners at 16.
But she's 14. So, you can't apply start at 15.
I mean, I guess it depends on where you are, but like usually you can you wouldn't get your lunars, but you can start the process early, and you're able to like somewhat like it depends, right? There is. You'd have to check local laws. I'm not sure.
unless
Maybe Scamboli just lives in an area where you're like allowed to like start the process of learning to drive.
Unless it's
at,
like a scooter.
14,
Scooters
15.
are like 16 at minimum, at least.
I don't know. It depends on where you are, so I'm just gonna
Weird local
Very
laws
fast.
thing.
At 14, you should not be treated as an adult, and there are things that we're supposed to safeguard our youth from. The idea that Madoka, someone just entering her teens, could be taken advantage of in a somewhat obvious scheme is realistic, and one could draw parallels to real life, if she weren't the most comically stupid creature ever. The internet acts...
Well, I mean, maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point. Maybe she's comically stupid, again, deliberately, because naive 14-year-old, yeah, I guess.
Also, story things, story have to work also, kind of, right?
Yeah, you have to make accountances for like, things have to be done a certain way for the story. So, all right, let's keep going.
As if it's absurd for these characters to reflect on their situation. Think about this for a moment. Even if you were completely trusting of the wish-granting cat, you would eventually ask, "What are you? Why don't you laugh? Have you ever had a crush? Where does my magic come from?" And then he's like, "If we make a contract, you're duty-bound to fight witches." Okay, what do you mean duty-bound? How long do I have to do this? How do you grant wishes? Where does your magic come from? Then he's like, "Oh yeah, I can, eat the despair and grief of humanity or whatever." No questions there. Like, where does that go? What are you doing with all that sin and pestilence you just ate? Are you full? No. Wait, I can grant any wish? I think I've heard this before. Genies. What else? Oh yeah, any story ever told with demons in it. Getting tricked.
This whole thing just feels like the guy's like screaming from a hilltop. He's like, "I'm smarter than the fictional 14-year-olds. Guys, I'm so smart. Look at me. I'm so smart. If I was in this situation, I would completely see through his lies. I would see through the little mascot character's lies."
Also, there is the problem of Nami, who is the more, the more mature, the more put together, the more the guiding mentor in the story. QB might be, kind of around or whatnot, but the girls know, what's going on, and they trust the cat. But Nami is the one who is like, "No, trust me, I am the authority," kind of. And they want to be like her, and when she's gone, they have to fill her shoes. And when the other magical girl comes in, "Oh, you're not like our mentor, you are an enemy of ours now. We have to oppose you," and then they have to get the strength. And alright, we are going to defeat that other magical girl? Well, you have to make a contract and whatnot, and then Saya does it, etc., etc. So it all kind of flows, fairly well. And, you can have a problem with Madoka, because then kind of the story has necessarily kind of a neutral party, as somebody who has to doubt constantly, debate constantly, worry constantly, because all the other characters are doing stuff, and the story is all about the question of this Faustian bargain. And you can't have the Faustian bargain, activated right away and have it done. Maybe you could have, but that's not Madoka. Madoka is about postponing that question until the answer to that to the very end. And it's all about the other tragedy, all the other paths you could take, all the other ways. Are you going to be like Nami, who is kind of motherly protecting? Are you going to be like Kyoko, who is abrasive and combative? Are you going to be like Saya, who has noble goals but falls? And all the other ways you can be, and Madoka then has to choose out of all of those options and chooses something else. And if you're going to say Madoka could have do this and that, and yes, that's fun to do, but to criticize that story, It's a risky
Almost
business.
it's almost like criticizing it for being the thing that it is.
It's always a risky
know?
business because I can, so we have our own criticism. Oh, the story is bad because if they just did this one thing about the story, but even then, still, you have to recognize that it might just become a different story if it did that. If what was it? What was it?
Hey, Magician D.
Hey.
This person had better not be speaking for me. I am the problem, and I'm very proud. Well, so far the man's just salty that people don't agree with him about Madoka Magica. That seems to be like the general through line of the video. Not quite what I was expecting, but anyway, I guess let's keep going.
Yeah, I don't have a good
Anyone
example.
can be seduced by a wish, but the way they depicted these characters being tricked is impossible for me to wrap my head around. The story requires the girls have literally zero doubts even after watching their friend's head get bit off. Hey, isn't it strange that Kyubey didn't really care about mommy's death? Yeah, no, what the fuck? I thought that was weird too. I'm not asking anyone to act like a fully formed adult. I'm asking the characters to have a pulse. You don't even have to write the cat's clever answers. You could just show the girls taking childish interest in him by asking such questions and then, oh, man, look at the time. It's morning already. It was so fun talking to you, cat guy. Now I'm reassured you're not hiding anything. I guess I'm trying to say that...
It's weird. It's weird because, like, God, I wish I had the more context as to, like, what his actual opinions were and how he presented them in his like, review, right? Because it's like, I get what he's saying, right? But it still feels kind of like he's, why isn't the thing the way I wanted it to be, right? Why can't thing be what I'm smart, I know better than the authors and the directors and the writers. Why couldn't they have just done it the way I wanted it to have happen, right? Like, that's what it comes off as, right? And I think that's part of why people are probably screaming at him, right? Because they're like, what do you mean you think you're smarter than the actual artists, right? That made the thing, right?
Yeah, I'm just kind of vaguely trying to remember what is kind of the order of events because Mommy dies. Then
because she dies like really early on, doesn't she? Like in the
like episode 3-ish.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember. I'm looking through it right now. So kind of, Mommy dies, and then they start realize, all right, I'm very sad that Mommy died, and we have to deal with that. But then they kind of go from, oh shit, there are other witches still. We can't just not do something. We're getting sucked into magical dimensions and whatnot. And then it's like, alright, Saya then becomes a magical girl to fill the role of Nami. So it's like, Mommy is there, we're safe. Oh no, Mommy's gone, what now? We're still being attacked, witches are still getting people killed and whatnot. Alright, I'm now a magical girl, because otherwise people die. So it's even if they don't trust QB at a level of something, they have to at a super high level, but they do have to do something. They can't just question QB all the time.
Yeah.
And even QB is not even there all that much.
All the time either, yeah. Anyways, keep going.
I would like to show a lot more if Madoka had a learning disability. That's a messed up plot. A demon manipulating someone who genuinely could not know better. But Madoka should kind of know better. You don't need to infantilize...
What? Why, though? Maybe, maybe she is just that dumb. Like, who knows? I don't know. Like, fucking, again, zero context. This is what's annoying, right? Because he hasn't provided any, like, actual context to the thing. And we have to, like, because here's the thing. If you hadn't watched Madoka, right? And this is a problem with, like, I feel, AniTube in general. And while I, like, criticize Mother's Basement for doing the whole plot summary thing, sometimes it is, like, good in a sense. It depends on how you do it, right? Because you do need to kind of provide a little bit of context for people that are that aren't familiar with the work. However, the issue with this is he's providing the context through his lens, right? He's presenting it the way that he views it. He views Madoka as a dumbass. So he's presenting it as, oh, Madoka is a dumbass. Whereas that might not actually be true, right? Like, I don't know if that's true. Could be true, could not be true. But because I have to see it through his biased perspective, because I don't think he's being very objective here about this, right?
No.
That's the vibe I'm getting. So I'm kind of like, I'm kind of like walking through the fucking dark tunnels right now. Like, I can't fucking see all the pieces to the puzzle to kind of put it together and figure out what's going on, right? And I feel like this is a hindrance to his video, because if his video is meant to be about the state of anime discussion, right? This is actually proving part of the problem indirectly, right? The idea of anime reviewers being the lens of which people view the shows through, right? Because I know there's a lot of people that probably watch anime reviewers either to get an idea of if they'll like a show or to watch a show through proxy, right? Without actually watching the show, they'll watch in a 30-minute to an hour anime essay about, maybe not Frieren, but any anime. You could use any anime as an example here, right? They'll watch any anime 1 hour whatever review to watch the plot summary, to watch the guy's opinions on it, and then they'll just they'll just adopt that guy's perspective on the show before they've even actually watched the show, right? And I feel like that is definitely a problem, and that's what I'm feeling here, because I haven't watched the show, right? I don't have the context of being able to fully know what he's talking about. I have to take him at his word, right? And because I don't trust his word, right? Because I don't think he's being objective, I'm left with all these questions, basically. And I think that's a problem. Yeah, forming an opinion is hard, yeah.
Yeah. Also, I skimmed a little bit more, right? So, for the people who want to know the context or, forgot. So, Mommy died. Saya and Madoka are very, very, very sad. Kyubei comes by and says, oh, hey, hello, very sad that she died. He was nice, I guess. And then the girl says, hey, what about the witches that are around? Oh, another girl will come by, it will be fine. And then, oh, but they're only out for the grief seeds. They aren't here to protect us at all. Oh yeah, Nami was all about protecting people, but good luck. But hey, if you want to do something about this, magical girls are doing something, and you're not doing anything. So, and you don't want to have a contract. So I'm out. Goodbye. And then they go from all right, which is danger still, and then Saya still has, oh, I have this boy that I want to be able to walk and whatnot. I'll make a wish. I'll be a big protector, etc., etc. And then there it goes on. So it's all they don't ask Kyubei about from, oh wait, she died. How could this be? They kind of ask from what they ask Kyubei what will happen now. Kyubei answers, the witches will be dealt with somebody else. And they go, well, the other magical girls will be mean about it. And he goes, yes, but they'll do something about it. Are you going to do something about it? And then what Saya says then, yes, I'll do something about it. Ta-da! That sounds not as stupid, right, Nretsews?
Yeah.
And then later, of course, they don't know all the terms and conditions. I guess at that point, still nobody really does.
Didn't read the TOS. Yeah, didn't read the the fine print. But anyhow, let's continue.
Everything with big eyes and a high-pitched voice. She's old enough to hand you chicken at a fucking Waffle House.
That's it. Why is this?
Wait a minute.
Everything with big eyes and a high-pitched voice. She's old.
Non-agricultural jobs, 14 to 15. If you're 14 to 15 years old, there are many limits on the kinds of jobs that you can do in non-agricultural work. Well, I mean, obviously, because working on a farm and is fine. Particularly in applications that are.
This is the American. Why isn't he pulling up the Japanese labor laws?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're 14, 15 years old, you can work outside of school hours. Federal youth employment limits the times of day that you can work. More than 3 hours on a school day, more than 18 hours on a weekend, 18 hours per week. So yeah, it seems pretty. Like, I don't see how, like, oh, she's old enough to work at McDonald's or KFC is like a fucking, but like, again, she's not fucking real, dude. You're applying real world standards to a fictional character, right? Also, yeah, thanks, Tyler. Yeah, happy Valentine's Day. Yeah, like, as the minors are not capable of legal consenting to contractual obligation without a parent's permission, perhaps they should have just sued. Yeah, there you go.
Sue the magical alien entity.
Yeah, exactly. Just sue him. But again, yeah, it's you're applying like real world standards to like a show. It's almost like, oh yeah, we have this fictional world with dragons and whatnot. Why didn't they do this modern thing to do the thing?
Why don't just all the peasants form a labor union?
Yeah, why don't they do that, Ellie? Why don't they just rise up and kill the king? Why don't they do that? But yeah, anyway.
Old enough to hand you chicken at a fucking Waffle House.
Oh, those AI art. Kind of weird.
It's enough to ask a question. Am I crazy, or am I acting in bad?
Are you acting in bad faith? Let's find out.
The comment I got was, you watch this anime in bad faith. But what does that mean? To act in bad faith implies a degree of self-deception. You must behave insincerely to obfuscate the truth from others. If a reviewer makes up their mind before engaging with the work and thus chooses to evaluate it unfairly, this is a bad faith review. But what is bad faith in the context of the internet? It normally means, hey, what is this unsuckled p*** I own? Agree with me or perish! It is not bad faith to be infected with the fucking giggle virus. I'm sorry. It's not even bad faith to have bias. We all have that. And I find it important to be upfront with my bias to engage with things fairly. If I generally think sports anime is boring, I disclaim that. When I said that furries should be locked in kennels and studied, that simply highlights that despite my preconceived notions, I gave Beastars a shot and
again, it seems kind of.
Also, bad faith.
Man is so fucking salty. People don't agree with him. Man is so fucking salty. Because again, I'm not gonna criticize. I'm not gonna say whether or not he was bad faith in his Madoka review or not. Right? I don't know for sure. I can't comment on that. This video isn't really going in the direction I thought it was going to go. Right? But it's, as happens because we blind watch stuff a lot of the time. Right? But like, again, I mean. Yeah, people can act in bad faith all the time. It happens, right? It's definitely a problem. You do have to be aware of your biases, and you do have to kind of think about, how to address those biases when they do pop up, right? There are, things to consider there, right? So he's not necessarily wrong. I just think that it's weird how it's like, maybe if people are like saying you were being bad faith, maybe the way that you can actually address that is to just like take it seriously for a moment and like be like, okay, well, why did what is it about what I said that came off as bad faith, right?
Well,
how did I
all these comments, right? He paint the picture that he said at some point or emphasized at some point he just watched the entire thing high and not paying much attention.
Like, I think that's the problem. I think he made a joke in the video that he thought was a haha funny joke, and people took that joke seriously. I think that's what happened.
And then he kind of goes from, no, it was just a joke, even though it was not even.
Yeah.
But if even, I can imagine that your first watch through is high and making jokes with friends and whatnot, and then you make this review, and then you watch the show or the scenes again in in a sober context.
Yeah, an actual like analysis context.
Yeah, but even still, your first impressions might taint the picture afterwards and whatnot.
Yeah, that kind of plays into the problem of what he described as bad faith, right? Acting and like, having preconceived, going in with it's almost like you go in with the outcome already determined in your mind, right? You already have the outcome, and now you're just searching for things to validate that outcome, right? Is kind of the problem.
Yeah,
So,
I don't. I like to relate it to shows that I have watched or but I had not enough time to go through.
Yeah.
I guess the most thing I can the opening of How to Become Ordinary, right? First time listening, watching, etc. All right, OP is mid, kind in the proper way, right? Not bad, not very good. Then I watched a couple episodes. Oh no, now I understand these characters. I watched the OP and from them, this OP really captures the vibe and emotional states of the characters and the things they're going through. And the song is good to capture. Nretsews, the OP is very good actually. No, that's changed my mind with fresh context and whatnot. That's the only real thing I can really think of when talking about bias and fresh contexts.
Alright, well, let's see what he's got to say.
Found something amazing. Now I'm friends with furries, and if we all locked them in a giant zoo like I wanted, we'd lose half the workforce, half the opioids, and the tech industry would die. Interestingly, when you have bias and like something, yatta! I love everything! But with that same setup, if you openly dislike something after acknowledging your bias, it becomes a lightning rod for disdain. See? He didn't like it because he didn't want to. Or I ran the show through the same shredder I run all shows through and didn't like it. Is that possible?
Give me that text, Nretsews.
Concept. Yeah.
Can you go back a frame or two?
God, hang on.
Becomes a lightning rod
I
for
could
disdain.
just use the dots and...
He didn't like it because he didn't...
Okay, here we go. There are a few ways to experience. There are a few ways to experience fiction wrong. Setting out to consume a story with the express purpose of mocking it in a competition with your friends that also serves as a live commentary during the experience is, I think, one of the ways to do it. Which again is hint. I don't know. This is a Reddit comment. So did he post this video on Reddit and people were talking about it on Reddit? I don't know.
Maybe.
Disliking a story for dumb reasons are all right. It's all to teach their own. It's all each to their own still. But disliking a story after you deliberately created a scenario that is straight up hostile to your own ability to experience it is just not defensible in a critical or even slightly serious environment. I don't disagree with this comment. What's wrong with this comment? He's not wrong. Like, okay. God, it's funny how it all ties back to shit that we've talked about in the past, right? Because, I mean, we have the clip, actually, with when we had Unknown on, right? And we were talking about anime as a social activity and how there's people that view anime like they view going to the bar to watch, like, a sports game, right?
Yeah.
And it's not actually about the sports game, right? The sports game is tangential to going to the bar and having a good time with your mates, right? Maybe you are a fan of the sports teams that are playing at the sports bar or something, but it's like, no, it's the real, like, experience, I guess, right, is being in, like, the environment, right? In the culture, in the place, right? And that is a big fucking problem with anime right now, is you have a lot of people that are only engaging with anime because they want to be in the culture. They want to be part of the discussion. They want to be in a community, right? Whether that is their own little mud huts or if they are trying to get into the nebulous, like, giant fucking anime community, air quotes, right? That doesn't actually exist, but I've talked about that before, right? But, like, in this case, right, what I'm getting is, because people, as you said, right, in multiple of these comments that he's brought up in this video, people have been saying, hey, there was obviously this joke that happened in the video where he talked about how he just watched the anime while high with his friends in Discord or whatever, right? And obviously people are taking that joke seriously and thinking that is actually how he watched the show, right? And are then saying, hey, maybe you doing that has clouded your perception of the show, right? And the way that he could counter that is to just say, guys, it was a joke. I watched
it again without the weeb, without the friends.
Yeah, exactly. Like that is the easiest out he could have for this, right? Is to just say, "Hey, guys, it was a joke. Yeah, I did. I watched it properly first, and then I watched it again with my mates, or
the other way around, or whatever."
Yeah, and maybe he is going to do that. We'll find out. Like, I'm guessing he should. If he doesn't, that's going to be a problem, right? Because again, he's not actually addressing the criticism. He's just being like, well, no, you. No, you. Right? It's your fault. But anyway, let's keep going.
Want to. Or I ran the show through the same shredder I run all shows through and didn't like it. Is that possible?
Yeah, that was the one I thought we were gonna read. So
yeah, can you just
don't flash shit on the screen for 2 fucking seconds. Don't just fucking do it.
Can't you use the dots?
Through and didn't like it.
Yeah.
What dots? I don't know what you
mean. I know the comma and the point for frame.
Oh,
for frame.
I don't know if that works in Watch Together or not. I'm not sure. I could test it actually.
Fun fact, Moe kids, I liked it.
Alright, whatever. Fun fact, I had the same video comset for Nichijou. It's Moe, the main characters are little kids, and I liked it. I've alluded to this in videos before. There's just some topics that I can't really make videos out of, such as the nature of creative work. Well, the thing is like, well, that just raises more questions. Did you only make it about Madoka because you thought you had something to say about Madoka, or did you know that it was going to be a controversial video about Madoka and you put it out as rage bait? Right? That's the next question? That's the next question.
I can't just. It kind of feels like the point of the American sitcom animations. Like, you can only have child characters be funny. There's no way they can have a serious...
Yeah, we can't have a serious time show. And if we do, then we have to take it way too serious.
Or the show has to be realistic all the time. Can't be symbolized. Can't have symbolism. No, never.
But anyway, that's good. Let's continue.
Is that possible? Because it wasn't a problem in this video, or this video, or this video, where I'm clearly doing the same thing, like this guy who claims...
This anime is terrible. I can't stop watching.
Now, I have a problem with this video because I like that anime and I think it's good.
Exactly, yeah.
Unsubscribed.
Yeah, unsubscribed.
Hey.
You gave Guardian High Spice your undivided attention and solid analysis where you dissect everything, and yet you treat Madoka like shit. Imagine being a content creator whose only work is just to watch anime, is just to watch anime, is not willing to spend 5 hours of his time watching a season of anime. Watched it in 2x speed with his friends while laughing at it, barely paying attention. Watched it dubbed and treat it like a ghost story dub. Changed the title because he's butthurt from people calling him stupid for not understanding shit because he's not paying attention. 0 out of 10, a full blown up your ass review.
I'm getting a little bit. Maybe it was just a little bit more than watching it while being.
Maybe it was a little bit more than just a. Maybe it wasn't a joke. Maybe it wasn't a joke.
No, I didn't get that impression with the amount of comments.
Is he gonna? Here's my thing, right? Is he gonna address it? Is he gonna address the actual thing? Like, because again, all he has to do is say that was a joke. I did actually watch it properly.
Or afterwards.
You guys are wrong.
Anything.
Or afterwards, right? Anything. Yeah, give us anything, right? Because all he's doing here is he's just being like, no, you. No, you. God.
Why don't you say what you...
Undivided...
Oh, sorry.
No, why are you not saying the problems you have with my video?
Yeah, look, this guy's perfectly listed out, like, 3 problems. But anyway.
tension and solid analysis where you dissect everything and yet you treat Madoka like shit. Imagine being a content creator whose only work is just to watch anime and not being willing to spend 5 hours of his time watching a season of anime. You watched it in 2x speed while barely paying attention. You have no idea how baked I was watching High Guardian Spice, nor—
Well, he didn't say
Oh,
it.
so he's just high as shit no matter what. All right, okay, I guess. He's just high as shit no matter what. Also, Big Lee's mentioned, based. Go watch the Big Lee show. It's good shit. But like, you know, I guess that's just his gimmick. Is he's just base. He's just fucking wasted on weed the whole time while he watches anime, and then he talks about it. Like, I guess, you know.
Or
I mean, if that's his stick, then, you know, all right. People are criticizing you for what you like. That's fine, you know. They're criticizing you for what you are, you know. I mean, it still is criticism, but it's like I'm not going to criticize him if that's like his whole like gimmick. Is like he just watches anime.
I watched
talks about it.
I watched a video of him at some point, and I don't remember that he said, "Yeah, my thing is being high all the time."
Yeah, exactly.
or how fast I was watching it. It was quick. This part right here really gets me. Your undivided attention and solid analysis. What the fuck have I ever solidly analyzed? You go to Alex if you want something thought-provoking. You go to Massman if you want to explore a character. Who is going to me to hear something educational? Ah, yes.
This feels like a deflection. This feels like a bit of a deflection. He's like, look, I'm a funny, haha, wacky joke man. I'm not. Why are you taking me so seriously, guys? I'm just the funny Joe. But look, Joe Biden meme, right? Like I'm the funny, haha man. You can't criticize me. I'm haha weed, haha weed, right? Come on, man. That's.
I had to reverse.
What's a Joe Biden impression? Come on, man. Listen. We gotta cut my man Scamboli some slack, okay, guys? Come on, man.
Did I say it on stream Nretsews my big fight in another Discord server on the political channel?
Oh yeah, but I don't think you said it on stream. But
did I on stream? Then I'll leave it.
No. You talked about it was before stream.
One
time.
It was like Discord server had a political channel. Political channel had some serious discussion, and at some point, some shit poster comes.
This one guy keep like shit posting in the politics.
And it's very annoying. And I said, "Stop it! You're just shit posting all the time. We can't have discussions." And then when you're just memeing and spamming, and then a mod came in from, no, spamming and memeing is allowed actually in the
and then your response was super based. We were just like, all right then, and then
I got timed out because
because you started shit posting fucking political shit. But yeah, no. So it's the irony shield is indeed cracking. This is because it's like, again, you can't just be like, oh look, I'm a haha funny joke man, don't take me seriously. But it's like you're spending 40 minutes on this. Clearly, you want to be taken seriously, right? You wouldn't have made a 40-minute video about people being mean to you on the internet if you didn't want to take this seriously.
I mean, in my videos, I wanted to be taken seriously. That's why I made 2 of them.
Yeah.
And that's why he made 2 of them.
You know what makes my balls itch?
Yeah, that guy, Scamboli analysis. How intelligent. But I am merely a man. Who am I to decide what's bad faith? Let's take a look at where the experts think I've been in bad faith.
The fact that you're not engaging with good.
Hey, these guys. I know these guys.
Who are these guys? I don't know who these guys are. Give me
friends of Joe. This is a quick.
Oh no! Friends of Joe. Oh no! Oh no! The wars begin. We're injecting ourselves into some conflict. The anti-tube civil war. Okay, so let's listen.
Yeah,
let's see what Scamboli's got to say. Let's see what the side. Let's see if he. again, is this out of context? Are we gonna get some out of context?
I do have to say I don't
here?
have watch this. I don't watch them
I
all
don't know
that
who it is,
often, but
I don't know who it is. It's good, yeah. But anyway, let's keep going.
Faith, and then like you're gonna criticize like Madoka's mom for like letting her go out or whatever. It's like, well, yeah, for one, she trusts her daughter. That's kind of the whole arc there. She trusts that she's not gonna do something like stupid and reckless that's gonna like cause her harm or like harm others or something for no reason. Like that's the whole arc. That's the whole reason. But she's like, "Are you sure that you're not being fooled by somebody?" And she's like, "Yes." Like that's the whole thing. It's like, okay. Like at that point, you're not engaging with it.
Okay. This is an interesting one. Let's look at the show from Madoka's mom's perspective. Junko Kaname is a loving mom who's been blessed with a fantastic household, but her once joyful daughter comes home increasingly anxious, almost dull. Every instinct tells her something's wrong. They're practically screaming at her, but she puts on a tough front and ignores it. Even on the day she drives her cheerful, airheaded daughter to the funeral of her best friend.
Are you sure you don't know anything about what happened to Sayaka? Yeah.
That was a lie, and she knew it. But still, she keeps it together, telling herself, be patient. Madoka will tell me the truth eventually. The tornado's picking up now. The entire city is packed into a tuna can of a shelter. Her daughter's there, brooding.
What's wrong, Madoka? Going to the bathroom.
That was a lie too, but this time she calls her bluff.
I have to go outside to save a friend. The fire department can take care of it. But I'm the only one who can do this! Don't you know how much we'd worry about you if you just went out there without saying anything? I know. I know how you and Dad would feel because I love you too. But this is different. I have to protect you because of how much I care about you. But the only way I can help is if you let me go right now. Sure you don't want to tell me what this is about? I don't tell lies, and I don't do bad things. I need you to trust me now. I need you to trust that I'm doing the right thing. Thank you, Mom. I love you.
This is a beautiful act of trust and maternal love. But in reality, we call it fucking stupid.
And sometimes it's because it's a story with themes.
Oh, fuck, dude. Holy
Why would you
shit.
let your son ever go out to defeat the
Why
Demon
would you?
King?
Yeah, like, yeah, obviously, again, if you apply real-world logic to this, yeah, no fucking parent would actually do this, right? Yeah, no shit. But pointing that out doesn't make you fucking smart, right? Like, suspension of disbelief is a real thing, right? Like, suspension of disbelief is a real thing, and sometimes some people have less of a tolerance for stuff like this, right, than others. Understandable. But it's... I don't like this, like, I don't like this whole, like... Scamboli is like, just 5 fucking minutes ago or whatever, is like, hey, don't take me seriously, I'm just the funny haha weed man, right? I watch everything high as shit. I am the haha funny haha man, right? And now he's like, it's like he flipped a switch, and he's now trying to be like, no, I have to be super serious.
I have a serious problem.
Let's watch this whole scene and dissect it because people are criticizing me about it. It's like, pick one or the other, mate.
Also,
right?
like,
be the
just for the scene, right? For the perspective of the mother here, is that her daughter is being more and more retreating, etc., more anxious, right? That's all true and whatnot. Then this is the first time she actually asks to be trusted and for something, right? Madoka is reaching out at this moment for the first time in a long time. So, mother is, granting the wish, is reaching out back by pushing her down the stairs. That's don't worry about it.
Encouraging her daughter to yeah.
To accept the back and forth. At first, mom reaching out to daughter. Daughter didn't give anything back. Now it's her back. Now it's suddenly a back and forth, growth, etc. Relationship, mother, blah 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 blah. All very nice, all very good story. It's good storytelling, good theme, blah blah blah. So yes, it is somewhat foolish for maybe mother to let her daughter go in real life, but for a story.
But it works for the story they're trying to tell.
For the mother to let the daughter to face adversity, knowing that she's, supported, emotionally in her endeavors. Great stuff.
Yeah, like I said, it makes sense for the story they're trying to tell, right? It doesn't make logical sense in reality, but it makes sense for the themes, right? And
Madoka is going to brave a storm with the support of her family instead of sneaking away alone into danger. That's the difference.
But let's hear about how it's dumb. Let's hear it. What is the critical analysis? Let's hear it.
Junko, as an extremely loving and responsible mother, they go out of their way to show her labeling her makeup. This woman is on top of her shit.
That's not. I refuse to believe that is actually there. That's style. That's Shaft doing it. That's just showing the efforts that she's put in, not that it's actually labeled. Because
the breadwinner, she gives Madoka advice.
The placement on the desk doesn't make sense. They're kind of just placed. Their makeup is there placed for convenience, not because they're like markers for each single one of them.
Right. Anyway, let's continue.
When she needs it, and part of being a good mom is not letting your daughter's fucking intestines get turned into spaghetti by a signpost flying at 200 miles per hour. Is that crazy to say? All the mom knows is that Madoka's had a personality shift, her best friend died, people from her school are disappearing, her awesome daughter has lied to her twice recently, and now she's talking about leaving to save her friend during a tornado, and only she can do it. No mom, no dad, Madoka has to do this herself, and she doesn't even know about the talking cats, magic, nothing. This behavior is befitting a Tekken character, or a praying mantis, trial by fire! This behavior is not in line with a doting, responsible business mom. If your daughter, after rapidly warping into a different person and facing the grief of losing her best friend, screams, I gotta go into this tornado, my friend is in danger! The normal and responsible response is to go, okay, is this like a drug thing? No, I have.
Again, it's like, it's not real life. It's not real life. Yeah, in real life, if you apply the logic of real life to this, it's like, the parent shouldn't do this, right? Obviously. But it's like, I could think of like plenty of shows where it's like, okay, you have parent characters that are like, oh, the kid or the person that you love is like some kind of superhero person or something, and they have to go out and put themselves in danger, right, to save the day, right, or something like that. And it's like, logically, you wouldn't let your 14, 15-year-old go out and fight the giant kaiju in a mech or something, right? Like, obviously, you wouldn't do that, right? But because the show is the show, that is the setting that they have, right? They have to tell a story. They want to convey certain thematic elements. They want to convey a certain, tone, right? They do this stuff, right? And so I can understand like the criticism of this kind of. I just think he's being like, how do I put this? It's like he's not being harsh, but it's very weird to like apply such stringent. No, this has to adhere to real world logic or it's bad, right? Like this has to be exactly how it would play out in real life, or that makes it bad, right?
Like, in Death Note, L changes his personality after getting the Death Note. Doesn't the father and the mother notice anything? How weird, how strange, how unrealistic, etc.
Exactly. It's like there's like a suspension of disbelief you have to have.
Why would Ash's mother ever let Ash go on this years long adventure without any school?
Yeah, Ash is going on this he's like 10 years old or whatever, and it's like, here's your electric mouse that can shoot lightning. Go do crime, I guess.
And he will be illiterate for the next 10 years.
go on like a massive journey on foot into the forests with these dangerous monsters everywhere, right? These giant beedrills or some shit, right? Like, like if you apply real world logic to a lot of things, it doesn't make fucking sense. It's stupid. It's dumb. But again, that's why suspension of disbelief is a thing, and you have to kind of, you got to kind of be like, I can put that aside to enjoy what the actual story and what's being told to me, right? But anyhow, let's continue.
Save my friend!
Okay, but we're not going anywhere until we figure this out. Like, I believe that you believe what you're saying. You're really not giving me anything to work with, hon.
Did you see the fucking cat? It talks, Mom!
Also, Madoka says I don't tell lies directly after lying. And it works. Her mom is cool with it. I'm expected to respect these guys' opinions when they say that I'm bad faith for dismissing the scene. We don't live in the same reality. These people will on one hand use these characters' ages as a shield. Oh, they're just 14. Actually, they're 13. No, 12. Of course they're gullible and stupid. But also, Madoka has the agency to risk her life. Of course she can decide she needs to enter a tornado. This is normal.
No,
here's the interesting thing. That's like, it's like both sides are doing the same fucking problem where they're applying real world logic to the fucking fictional show, right? Like, doesn't fucking matter if they're fucking like 14, 13, whatever. Like, so the number next to the anime character, who cares, right? Like, she's a character. She's not real. She's not a real person. She doesn't have agency anyway.
No,
Right.
I can merge these things, right?
Okay.
So first off, she's a teenager first, right? She's 14, however old she is. And secondly, Nretsews, it's a story with themes.
Yes.
So those are
also didn't he just do the same thing when he was like, oh, she can like work at Kentucky Fried Chicken,
so
right?
She has responsibilities.
Yeah, like he's literally doing the thing that he's criticizing everyone else in doing, where he's like, oh yeah, everyone's telling me, oh, she's like 14 or whatever, and that means that she's allowed to be a dumbass. But then it's like, oh, but she can work at Kentucky Fried Chicken legally in my state or whatever, right? So that means that she can't, like, she shouldn't be a dumbass, right? She has to be a logical thinking actual person, right? Like, he is literally doing the thing that he's criticizing other people of doing.
Yeah, man, I kind of just have issue with him not seeing the or maybe he just doesn't care. That is also an option of, big themes, letting your child go. Yeah. First time she asks for something, she's, going back into seeking out help and relations and whatnot and asking for permission instead of hiding, sneaking away. Yeah. She did, but then she kind of goes back on sneaking away and
this is clearly important to her, yeah.
Etc., etc., etc. That is, for me, tells me big theme. And, yeah, her being young is also a valid thing. So she's a young girl in a story with big themes.
And she's very naive, yeah.
Not as much in this moment, but...
No, but you get what I mean, right? It's like, two things can be kind of true at the same time, in a sense. But my point is more like, expecting the fictional character to behave in a realistic way, and when it's like, no, she is a puppet being pulled by the strings of the creators. The creators want to tell a story. They are expecting you to kind of put suspension of disbelief up, right? To kind of be like, hey, this is the suspension of disbelief here. Obviously, in real life, this is fucking horrific no matter what, right? Like, if this was in real life, it'd be fucked, right? It'd be actually real fucked. But because it's in a fictional setting, you should be able to at least kind of go, yeah, this is fucked, but at least it's entertaining in a sense. Or maybe not entertaining is the wrong word, but I can get the message that's trying to be conveyed, right? Like, I understand what they're trying to say. But anyway, let's keep going.
Oh, you're supposed to safeguard the youth from dangers they're ignorant to, remember? But I guess that slipped past me because I didn't engage.
engage with the anime.
Some believe that my friends and I came into the show trying to on it, and we just talked over the anime the entire time without trying to understand it. I believe that's a big assumption to make from the highlights. Oh yeah, let me splice in the moments where no one's fucking saying anything.
Well, again, it's a problem of his own making, right? It's a problem of his own making because he's obviously presented it in a way that came off like, oh yeah, they just like watched the anime on Discord while high and didn't like, and we're just ripping on it, right? Like we're, I mean, we're not high, hopefully. I mean, I'm not high, but it comes off like, yeah, this is your own fault, buddy. Like, you created this perception of yourself, and people are reacting to that. So you can't, like, I'm sorry, you can't like judge people for getting that impression when that's how you allegedly, right, edited the video. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, come on. Like, people are not going to assume you just like you and your friend like sat there quietly for like 90% of your watch time while cracking jokes only every once in a while, right? Like, come on. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna just. It's
you don't have anything.
Well, not much. You said kind of most of it, right? He created an impression. People took that impression and said, "This is a bad impression. I got an impression. Yeah. This is the impression I got from you." And then you go, "No, that is not actually what happened. Even though I only showed evidence of this thing."
Yeah, you didn't see the 7 to 8 hours of us in the Discord not saying anything because I cut it out. It's like, yeah, no, well, who's okay.
No. I wanted to keep a lid on this operation and not give too many of my secrets away, but you leave me no choice. There are no Fiverr Indians editing my videos. I don't use people from Bangladesh to write my scripts. This is a one-man show, normally.
Oh, fuck's sake, stop doing that!
People from Bangladesh to write my scripts. This is a one-man show, normally.
Ironically, I paid my friend to help me with an edit in the interest of time of this video. I normally send all my ads his way too, so I can just worry about editing the vid. It's like, okay, I mean, all he's saying here, right? I mean, he probably does sponsorship shit. Like, all he's saying here is like, yeah, it's your fault. You edited the video in a way that gave people an impression, and now you're mad that they got that impression of you, right? That is entirely on you. I'm sorry. Like, you can't. Oh man. Would you believe me if I said we're about halfway?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
So whenever you hear a bunch of voices in my videos, I don't just go,
okay guys, welcome back to the Scamboli channel.
Nobody was claiming this. Why
do some anime. If I happen to be watching anime for work, I'll stream it to a Discord server. Sometimes people join call for a couple minutes to say what's up, and usually everyone's pretty respectful of the recording environment. When something funny happens, I press a button that saves the last couple minutes of my screen. Luckily, I only need the last couple minutes where something fucking happens. The issue here is when people build their critique on assumptions, like this comment.
Yeah, but what else do people can only work off the information that they have, right? Like, this is the thing. And again, this isn't. I'm hating this video because he's making it all about him, and like I thought this was going to be about like, oh, what is the state of anime discussion on like the internet in general, right? Can we have it like an actual, maybe we could talk about that. But no, he's just like, no, I have to defend myself from the random people on the internet that are, going after me. And it's like, all right, yeah, sure, okay, cool. But I wish that the title of the video had indicated to me that this was going to be more about that, right? I wish it was going to be, more about, oh God.
Yeah.
God, it's annoying because it's like I don't want to repeat myself again, so I'm just going to say it one more time. It's like this is entirely a problem of his own creation. He created that impression, and you cannot blame people for making an assumption when that is the only evidence you give them, the only contextual information they have, right? You can't like blame people for making an assumption based on what they have, their information. So let's get this comment.
Maybe if you had paid attention instead of yapping with your friends, you would notice the subtle points of the story. Okay,
Are you guys okay? Yeah, we're okay.
Yeah.
Josh, what's
you became a very bit robot-y for a second, but
did I?
I understood.
Well, I didn't hear. That'll be a Discord problem, probably.
Huge
we've
problems.
been having a few. The glitchy grey nonsense seems to have gone away.
Yeah,
now,
I noticed. I closed some programs, but none of them were very graphically intensive at all.
Yeah.
Like my
glitch,
email program or something.
Yeah, your printer or whatever.
Oh yeah, of course, the printer. Consider that.
Yeah, printer's always notorious for having problems. Yeah, no, we've been having technical issues most for the day. I wouldn't be surprised if more of them are going to show up, but we'll see what happens. The IARG, yeah.
Subtle points of the story did I miss? For instance, Madoka wasn't as useless or insecure when she turned into a magic girl the first time. The hell? Oh, I forgot it! Madoka was actually cool in 2 scenes which are included in this video. I was under the impression that we were stuck with a dull, irritating huss for 12 episodes. Or that Homoda's original intent was to protect Madoka, not stop her or any other girls from making contract. I don't even say this. What about the edit where I flashed the word save her one more time led to this misconception? If people think that I think she only time traveled twice, it's in the edit.
10 times now, 100, but every time she watches the world die.
This is a good time to say, I've seen Madoka Magica more times than most people that like Madoka Magica. I watched it twice!
Hey, you could have just cut off
you could just said that like 20 minutes ago. Anyway, let's keep going.
And a half. Even if I were yapping through the first watch, I had to see it again, to make the summary. Yet so many people are comfortable claiming he didn't enjoy the show because of that satanic blunt rotation. Curse them for not analyzing the plot. Am I supposed to include this?
It's a fate all magical girls can look forward to, eventually.
Wait, what happens to their souls?
Can't be helped. If you die in a labyrinth, your body stays there.
Whoa, sick! Am I supposed to include Nox and I theory crafting?
I mean, she seems like she'd be pretty fucking useless outside of doing that, so...
Well, maybe I think that's probably why she's such a good witch. Is she's just so fucking stupid and gullible.
Is there a way to get her soul gem back the way it was?
Like, she has no self, so you could make her do whatever the f you wanted.
It looks like even you don't have all
No, nigga. Because it's f***ing boring, and ideally you engage with the words I say rather than a fictitious version of me you keep in your head. What about the points do you disagree with? Could I have perhaps written an essay about why I didn't like the show? But if you're watching through a disgruntled lens, you're willing to build a critique that begins with, I bet he, and then treat that as the truth.
One, you're watching it with the context that, you said you knew that it's supposed to get dark. So I imagine that there's probably a good chance that you're in the call, things are popping up. You're like, oh, how's this gonna get dark? She's gonna die in a car wreck. Oh, she's gonna, she's actually gonna be killed them. She's gonna be evil.
This automatically discounts any observations I make about the show. It's an incredible trap. Instead of, this talking cat just said the word contract. What the fuck? That's strange and obviously not good.
Yeah, who says that? Yeah, I want to make a contract with me.
It's Scam only predicted this because they were shouting theories at the screen, and you can do this on and on and on and on, and the Goof Troop takes it further by saying this.
I mean, this actually creepy looking cat thing is evil.
They do lay it on pretty thick that there's supposed to be an a menacing factor to Cube. When he's introduced, he looks like a fucking
Hey, what's ingenious stuff? That is not how he looks when he's first introduced. In his first introduction, he's a being in the dark with red eyes. Why is he kind of missing?
It's almost like he didn't pay. I don't have a lot to say because this is just it's just man's to finish.
No, but
also, fun fact, I just realized. So the Weeb crew, I actually had a spat with them on Twitter.
Oh no!
I had a spat. Well, it was about the context of the chibi stuff, and a mutual was responding to something because there was this whole discussion about what makes an anime fan. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but the disagreement I had was basically around the context of what this other guy was saying wasn't because the Weeb crew had interpreted it as oh, he's saying that the people that are doing the doxing and the harassing and all of that stuff to Chibi and whatnot, they are the kind of people that need to chill, right? When it's no, the guy wasn't saying that. The guy was saying everyone needs to stop taking anime so seriously. And I'm like, that's not going to work. That's not how that works. So we had a bit of a spat. We had a bit of, I mean, we ended it on mutual ground, right? We ended it on mutual ground. It was fun,
I mean,
right? But it's funny how the timelines all converge, right? It's funny how we were all connected in some.
I always imagine that we're kind of, the two of us are kind of very disconnected from the wider anime space, but apparently we're.
Well, we kind of are. Like, I don't interact with a lot of like.
No, but apparently we know Joe. I know these weeb crew
yeah, we know people and we're
acquaintances.
Yeah, we know people and we're acquaintances with people, but we're not like.
No, like I said, like last time, right? Even something like unknown otaku guy is very much a unknown factor. Also, just for the good people to fact check. This is how our Kyubey is introduced, not as a off-model funny character, but just blankly staring right in your soul. This is the introduction, really.
Not menacing at all, right? Not menacing at all. I feel like I get Scamboli wants to defend himself, right? I get it, but at the same time. He's not really addressing what the actual criticisms of his review are, right? That's the problem, right? Like, he's just kind of waffling on about, oh no, these guys were mean to me. And it's like, yeah, all right, I guess. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. How is this about anime discussion? What's the point? Right? Because if the point was, if it was like, the title of the video should be like, a response to the criticism of me or something, right? Because this is all about him and his little like YouTube beef.
Yeah, because I got kind of the impression that he would just spend one chapter on the response to his video, but it's like it's going to be the whole video.
It's like the whole video. Yeah, I was expecting maybe half the video is a response to the criticism he got, and then he would talk about like. Okay, guys, like this is anime, like the state of anime discussions in general on the internet.
I had the feeling
people are taking things way too seriously. They're being way too aggressive. Like maybe even use what happened with Chibi as an example of that, right? Like to be like, hey guys, let's tone it back a little bit. Let's calm down, right?
I had a very wrong idea. It would only that his video would only take 5 minutes, but no, it's
Yeah. So this is a problem, right? Because I feel like I've been bamboozled, right? I feel like I've been bamboozled into getting dragged into some like fucking some other guy's YouTube beef with some other guys, right?
Yeah, with like the commenters and another channel.
Yeah, and the commenters and all this stuff. It's like here's the thing too, like. Weeb crew, right? Like you know them probably better than I do.
I watched like one video and I've talked to them.
I would be sure, right? That if Scamboli went to the Weeb crew and was like, "Hey, you guys got some stuff wrong about me. Let's have a cast. Let's talk about it, right? Let's talk about it, right? Let's get together, right? Let's hash it out, right? Let's set the record straight, right? I'm sure they'd probably accept that, right? But they seem like all right guys. I mean, based on my interaction with whoever was in control of Twitter at the time when I was like, arguing with them, right? They seem like all right guys, right? They seem pretty chill. Mm-hmm. So I'm pretty sure, like, you. But here's the thing, though, right? That doesn't get you views.
Nah.
Right?
Also,
the YouTube drama gets you views, right? And I'm not gonna like accuse our boy here of like doing that, but it's just the fact of the matter, right? The drama. And stuff is the engagement bait, right?
No, I have just one smallest bit of thing to close this off, and that's I see a watermark on this image.
Yeah, DeviantArt.
Yeah, like why is this super AI work DeviantArt?
Well, DeviantArt is apparently pretty AI.
Yeah,
shitted up right now. So, but anyway, let's keep going.
Creature with like tendrils and shit in the shadows.
His implication is that you're supposed to immediately know the cat is evil. No, while it's foreshadowed,
oh look, it's the He actually shows, like, okay, like, here's the thing, right? I don't think that that's what the Weeb crew is saying. I don't think they're saying, like, oh, you're supposed to immediately put 2 and 2 together. It's time to, that the cat is evil, right?
No,
I think what they're saying is, oh, the flags are there. There are red flags in the way that this is presented to you as a non, completely blind viewer, right? Let's say you had no idea what Madoka Magica was. Someone in your Discord was like, hey, watch this magical girl anime or whatever. And you're like, sure, right? It's cool, right? And you had absolutely no idea what about any of the extra context around Madoka Magica, right? As impossible as that might be because of how popular it is, right? But let's just say, for example, sake, right? You are a blind watcher. What the Weeb crew is saying is, even as a blind watcher, you should be able to look at this image on screen right now and kind of think, this little kitty cat, it's suspicious. Yeah, maybe. And then events later on in the show are going to add more, and it's part of the narrative, the journey of the show, right? It's the intent of the author the author in this case, but the intent of the artists, right, to kind of hold your hand a little bit, but not too much. Like, they're not going to flat out drop the fucking twist right off the bat, right? They're gonna lead you into it, right? They're gonna lead you into hey, this cat thing might not be what it says it is, right? There's some flags here.
Also, just an alien entity, a bit eldritch in that sense, unknowable being, and what is he? Just super objective and uncaring, or is he actively evil, or good? Actually, it's a question that hangs around because he looks like white, golden rings, angelic, maybe, or is it evil kind of deal?
Or is it a subversion of that? Angels or evil.
Also, just quick defending of a lot of big channels right now. Picking out fragments from a live stream, always a bit iffy because it's never really the concrete, clearly crystallized opinions.
Because we're formulating our opinions on this video as we're watching it, right? We're doing it live.
Yeah.
Right?
So
we're not seriously analyzing Scamboli's video, and because our main thing is we like the discussion, right? We like talking about the topics presented in a video so that we can talk. That's why I wanted to do this video, because I thought it was going to be a video about the actual state of anime discussions, and since that's something that we are keenly in tune to on the show,
doing all the time.
Our entire thing is we watch someone's video and then we'll maybe critique it, but also talk about what are the ideas being presented in the video. Are they good ideas? Are they bad ideas? What is actually being said, right? And is there a response we can have to that, right? That's why I wanted to do this video as our 60th one, because I thought, oh, wow, it's a video about anime discussion. That ties neatly into what we do on the show, right? But because it's not actually, it's a video about man is angry that people disagree with him about his anime takes, right?
Yeah, and it's not that, so it's not really that fair to take fragments of anybody's stream really and present it as this is the opinion of blah 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 blah, and this is how this is
because people's opinions change, right?
Or even just the wording, right? Because the bit the Weeb Crew's bit about Madoka going out in the storm was very awkwardly phrased, because that's what happens when you talk online on the stream, that you get very awkward phrasing.
When you're having to I trip over myself all the fucking time and say dumb shit that I probably didn't.
Oh, Nretsews, I forgot. I don't
remember. No, I was rewatching some clips actually because I'm trying to think about. I was thinking about doing clips. Remember the clip where we watched the video with Necro about Iramanga Sensei, and I'm talking about like everyone having fantasies about their teacher. And it's like, I'm glad that in that clip I did like really hard because I realized like after I said it, oh, that sounds really bad. I fucked up, and I had to like do like a fucking like full on like we gotta U-turn that, course correct that shit. I mean, I feel like I got through what I was trying to say by the end, but it was like, yeah, that happens sometimes. Sometimes you say shit that's like, not quite what you meant it to be.
Or like, for my example, right? I am not native English speaker. I forget the word of simple household objects. Nretsews.
What the fuck is a plaster? Yeah.
Is that the thing that you put on walls, or has it a different word for it? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Exactly.
I forgot.
Happens, right?
Either on stream here or just in another Discord when I was playing Helldivers or something. Like, I forgot the word for plates, as in food on a plate. Like. What is the thing that you eat food out of with, fork and knife?
A food eating receptacle. Yes. It happens, right? It happens, and I feel like it's even worse on a live stream because, like I said, it's like stream of. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to grab a drink in a minute.
Yeah.
I've ran out of drink, but like it's stream of consciousness type stuff, right? It's we're coming up with shit on the fly. Wait, is this the guy who did the era? No, it's not the same guy. It's not the same guy. It's a different guy. I don't remember who did the Iramanga Sensei.
No, you don't never ask me if we did a video.
That clip is still fucking funny because my reaction to that was priceless. But it was like, yeah. Like sometimes you say shit and you trip over yourself and it comes out being worse than it seems. But anyway, I'm gonna be back in a quick sec. I'm actually just gonna grab a drink because I want my throat to die. So. Entertain the chat.
Oh no. Quick. What other household objects? So, cheese grater. That's a thing I know exists. How do you call not a cheese grater, but the thing that you get a single plaque of cheese, right? So you don't grate the cheese, you just get a single plaque of cheese. I don't know the English word for that thing. Other things, so just a glass, that's a thing, knife, fork, spoon. Carter? How do you call if you want to make something like pancakes by hand, do you have to whisk the thing? And now I'm forgetting name, what you call liquid pancakes. How do you call that? Some kind of substance. See, all kinds of words that I don't know. Nretsews, did you hear? How do you call this? What name do you give like the liquid pancakes? What kind of substance would you call?
What, batter?
Batter. All right. And what do you call the kitchen thing you whisk it with?
A whisk?
Is it a whisk? All right. And what do you call a thing that if you want a single single plaque of cheese? Do you have a?
I got a cheese slicer thingamajiggy.
Yeah. And does it have a name?
Cheese. Yeah, just call it a cheese slicer.
All right. But you don't really slice cheese, right? You just carve out.
Well, no, because I got one of those ones. Because there's different types. You could get like there's one that's like a wire. Or something like that, but I use one that's like it's just a flat piece of metal with like a little blade in it.
Yeah.
Slide it over the cheese and it
cuts a
slice of cheese.
All right, and this has been educational.
Education. We've learned something today.
Yes,
that's good. But anyway, back to the video.
The show clearly tries to conceal Kyubei's nature initially. He's cute. There are no tendrils, and the girls first meet him like this. Aw, poor little guy. However, after escaping mortal danger, he says, "Please make a contract with me," instantly shattering any illusion that the show is trying to put me under. I think that's...
Well, that's more like... Isn't that just like normal affair for like magical girl things? Where it's like, oh, the girls find the magical MacGuffin thing. And the MacGuffin thing is like, oh, yeah, make a contract, or like, hey, I'll give you the power to become a magical girl because we need your help, or something.
Yeah,
right?
I'm a little bit iffy right now on the shit, but it was like from, alright, you are in danger right now. I can help you if you do this contract thing.
Yeah, and that's like, that just seems like it's because I recall like the thing with Madoka is it's supposed to come off as like a normal magical girl show, at least early on, and then it starts to not degrade, but you start to see the cracks.
Nah, I don't really believe that much, because this is the scene you see before basically anything else, right?
Right.
So it's kind of dark at scene 1, but then it kind of pulls back to darkness, and then you kind of are false sense of security, I guess, and then it goes back into dark again.
Yeah, and here's just to kind of loop to the chat, like Josh was saying, I think he said a few times he doesn't like the show, and it's like, yeah, I mean, this is the thing. The issue here isn't about liking the show or not. The issue is like, okay, what are the actual critiques? Why are people mad at this guy? What did he do that got people mad at him, right? And is that actually a valid response to what is his complaints about being told he's wrong valid, basically, right? Like the actual opinions on the show, I'm not like, I don't give a fuck if he doesn't like Madoka Magica, right? Who cares? It's like, my issue here is like, well, first off, I feel like I've been fucking tricked because I came here for one thing and I'm getting another. But the other problem is like, to work with what I've got, right? Is the criticism of his opinion valid? And from what I'm seeing, yeah, I think people do have like valid issues with how he presented his opinion.
Yeah, it's kind of just the problem with the anime discussion is my comments.
Yeah. But anyhow, let's continue.
Because it's clear they don't want you to immediately guess that. He didn't take it seriously. He didn't engage. This doesn't suffice as an argument by itself. But in...
That's not an argument with facts and logic. You didn't take it seriously. No, you.
Yeah,
no,
but
you, Ellie.
This is all kind of... Are we supposed to not believe you? That's kind of the...
Yeah. He's doing that thing where he's like trying to hide behind the whole like, look, guys, I'm just the funny haha weed man. Why are you of course I didn't take it seriously, Or he was doing that like fucking 5 minutes ago. He's like, haha, no, why are you guys coming to me for like highly detailed critical analysis? I'm a funny haha weed man. I'm not an actual like analytical guy. Why are you treating me like I am, right?
And then
like,
get angry. Why are you taking my work seriously? I am actually I'm not
like, mate,
me.
you can't do both, right? You have to pick a lane, right? Do you want to be taken seriously or don't you, right? Like, do you want to actually be taken seriously or not? You have to actually fucking decide what you want to do. You can't have it both ways in this case, right? But yeah, let's continue.
All corners of the internet, you see people lean on these phrases like bad faith, media literacy, straw man, while barely having a fucking clue what they mean.
What if someone trained an AI on all the public domain stuff out there? I use public domain stuff for my videos all the time. This way, artists could even opt in instead of having their works taken. I have a friend who knows artists.
Dude, is this a straw man?
None of those were.
Dude, look, look. People are, people have dumb takes online. We have dumb takes online. Everyone has dumb takes online.
Also, I don't know what he said, what his argument was to be a straw man.
Yeah, what is the context here? Yeah, I don't know. But anyways,
words mean what you think they mean. It's like a 100% wrong word ratio. The evidence is the big word they know. So saying your bad faith is a complete argument. Like this. New title is Mask Off, Bad Faith Contrarianism. This is brain rot for fake smart people. You just put a thesaurus in a blender and made word poop. I'm not feeding my brain that. Have I ever in life tried to mask being petty? The fuck?
So you're admitting that you're an asshole. And then you're getting mad when people are calling you an asshole. Alright.
It's a bit confusing at the moment.
Like, what did he even say in that tweet? I'm kind of curious. I'm gonna go back a bit.
Bad faith is a complete argument. Like this. New title is Mask Off, Bad Faith Contrarianism. This is brain rot for fake smart people. You just put a thesaurus in a blender and made word poop. I'm not feeding my brain that. Have I ever in life tried?
Why in the ever-loving fuck would you include a major My Hero Academia spoiler in your thumbnail and title? Well, I mean, valid criticism of someone, I get, because I mean, I think that's annoying as shit when it's like people put spoilers in there.
Oh yeah, when you know, oh, these are all the mini bosses and bosses in game that I'm going to play.
Yeah, here's the fucking like ending to the show in the thumbnail and title. Like, dude, did you see this cool clip from the ending of fucking, you know? Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's an example of him being petty. That just seems like a fair criticism of this Forever World guy.
Yeah, this guy, right? So, this reminds me of. This reminds me of something I said in the beginning. Like, Nretsews writing, "I hate this video for these reasons," is not intellectually lesser than going, "Oh, sir, I have some criticisms," and asking for why the fuck would you include major spoilers in your thumbnail and title is a fair criticism. It's a kind of maybe even a measure.
Yeah, he's being an asshole about it, but that's all right. Like, so what?
It's even not.
I'm just saying.
It's even not. You would even call it somewhat measured. Even this is your.
Yeah. And that's why I'm kind of like, you know, I don't even think that's an example of like he's like I've always been petty or whatever, and it's like no, that's not petty. That's facts. You know, like what do you mean? Oh god! All right, let's keep...
To mask being petty? The fuck kind of mask off are you talking about? You know what? Here. I hope the improved title is to your liking. I'm not sure. I don't understand much. I don't even... In all manner of art, there are people who believe that your preferences and your opinions are invalid, that you're simply missing the beauty in what they appreciate, and that if you could just wrap your head around this hidden esoteric meaning, you too would share their opinion. You don't like it because you don't know how to like it yet, and this is condescending as fuck. A lot of these people just over-explain concepts you already understand.
So the whole thing...
Okay, man, he's going real hard under the weeb crew. He's fucking.
Oh yeah,
that stream must have made him real salty.
I guess because you know, let me see, for funsies.
But what does he say here? Didn't she have plans from episode 1 to kill whoever the hell that is on her own? She literally says, "I will kill every witch myself," and starts shoving AKs in her locker in anticipation. I don't think this character really gives a shit about protecting the other character and the gang until the end, especially when she basically lets them all die. And then let's hear what's the
alright, so you quick, right? So the point is, right, she did care. She did try to work with them for a bunch of times. And it turns out, Nretsews, working together sucks. It's bad. Don't do it. So then she goes, "Alright, fuck y'all. I know what's going to happen. And if I tell you about the soul gems, Nami will kill everybody because she can't accept being a dead zombie with a soul out of her body. Saya will become a witch because she's depressed like that. And Kyoko is going to be depressed and also become a witch, etc. It's all bad,
bad all around.
So working together sucks. Don't do it. I'm going to do it myself, and I'm just going to keep trying. And oh no, Madoka is becoming a witch, so I'm going to prepare for war and stop from Madoka becoming a witch. Those are my two things. So it's not that. Yes. And eventually, Homura lets everybody die. Except Madoka because she's the cause of the witch, and except Madoka because she is the one she cares about, and two, because working together sucks. That's the kind of the thing.
Right. All right. Well, let's listen to what we got here.
Flashbacks that were shown. Homura basically just attacked with a made more clear with like rebellion, where she comes to she tries a character.
Okay. Response is long-winded, I guess, is the long man bad? Is that what we're doing? Are we doing long man bad?
Our weeb crew man is explaining the lore, and he says, "I don't care." All right,
Yeah, shut up, nerd.
Oh yeah, I know. It's a bit late, but I get it now. He's the owl that you skip through because he's long-winded. Yeah, I get the joke.
Senpai or whatever. I cannot tell mommy the truth because she will just not be able to accept it and she'll lose her head or whatever, right? Did you get that? No! She has a catastrophe story-wise when you're like, no!
There are things you will like, and there are things you're going to dislike. They're called preferences. You can articulate why you feel a way, but we're mostly attributing words to feelings. For example, have you ever heard a Yeet song? My bitch, like an old bitch, she put on the chompers. All my diamonds pissy are Kelly.
Funny joke, man.
It's entirely valid to say, this was written by a 4th grader. The fuck is a twizzy? What is a brr? I just don't care. If it sounds nice, I'll listen. And by that same merit, there's this song I really like by Tizo Touchdown, and
Man likes nails, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cross the.
It's about
nailed to the cross like T-Zone.
I guess.
That's
being a fan, and in the music video, he turns into a giant fan.
You know how to pull my string.
But I think the metaphor's beautiful. The lyrics are so witty, and I can see this guy's relationship if I close my eyes. Do you think the fuck? No. Because it didn't speak to them. And while I can convey what I like about it, that doesn't mean they'll just inherit my excitement. It's not because there's something they're misunderstanding. There's beauty to the song, yes, but the value of that beauty carries a different weight for every person. You can find beauty in anything, while someone else can see countless flaws, and these two feelings are in flux.
Alright, Nretsews, quick interjection. Nretsews, you don't appreciate Fing. Yeah. I appreciate Fing. You start with saying I don't appreciate it for these reasons and because you're high all the time, right, Nretsews?
Yeah, I'm high all the time. I'm high right now.
So then I come in. Nretsews is stupid for being high all the time, and these are the reasons why it should be appreciated.
Yeah.
Are we in conflict necessarily?
Not necessarily, I guess.
Yes. So it could be, I can say Nretsews is stupid for not appreciating this, but that is still not necessarily that much of a direct contradiction in there.
Like this whole part, I haven't said a lot because there's not much to say. Because to me, this is just cope. He's just because he's saying shit that he's doing the thing kind of that he's accusing the weeb crew of doing, right? Where he's like, the weeb crew is going on this long ass fucking tirade to try and explain, Madoka to him, right, or whatever, and how he doesn't understand
the wider internet,
or to the wider internet, right? And now he's going on this long ass fucking everyone, it's all subjective, guys. Everyone has different tastes. Some people like some things and other people like other things. It's no fucking shit. No, people don't like things. Yeah. So what? It's that doesn't actually validate or invalidate anything that anyone else has said about Madoka or your video on Madoka, right? That's the problem, right? You're just saying shit that's factually correct, right? Yeah, people might not appreciate your weird rapper man with nails everywhere, and not get it, right? But you do, and that doesn't necessarily make those people dumb or unintelligent or they don't get it or whatever. But it also doesn't make you fucking smart either, And I don't think it's smart to point out the obvious, right? He's just pointing out the obvious, and that's why I'm describing this as a cope, right? He's like, people were mean to me about my opinions on Madoka, but that shouldn't matter because, guys, everything is subjective at the end of the day, right? It doesn't matter,
but it kind of falls into a trap that he made himself, because somebody explaining why it should be appreciated is another opinion, and why is he disagreeing with the guy that is disagreeing with him? It's all just opinions, right? So why is this a problem?
Yeah. Why does anything matter? It's But anyways, continue.
Show is not an attempt to take its beauty away from you. That's fucking stupid. No one can do that but you, and a scolding review is not an attempt on that. And yet, if you even mention of criticizing Dark Souls, Evangelion, etc., people say, ooh, good luck. Because everyone kind of knows that there's an extremely vocal group of people who feel personally attacked by the wrong opinion. Over time, these guys have developed an extremely powerful ult. That's the point. You can shut down any critique with a simple, that's the point, and it's hard to do anything against it. For example, if you critique the Souls games in near any way, someone, somewhere, will fucking sprint through your wall and say, that's the point, bro, the games are supposed to be hard. I think gank fights are less fun. That's the point, bro. I think you should be able to pause outside of the boss room to be able to piss. That's the point, bro, it's immersive. And at what juncture is it fair to say, yeah, I get that, I think it's a bad point. When I say these characters...
Yeah, I
did that. People said that it's a terrible writing advice video was, oh no, it's a point, it's supposed to be terrible.
I get what he's trying to say. I just think that it's like, that is a thing that happens, right?
And then you explain why you don't think it's the... Do you explain why you don't think it applies?
Okay, so Short Fat Otaku, right? I know he's a controversial figure these days because he's been a bit of a dumbass, right? But he had a video a while ago that I watched about fort terminating cliches, and that is kind of what that's the point is. It's a fort terminating cliche, and if I'm remembering correctly, like the definition and the point of that, right, is it's essentially a phrase that can be endlessly repeated in order to shut down a conversation, right? It's a fort. It terminates the fort. It terminates the discussion, right? Mm-hmm. So when someone is like, oh yeah, I think that we should be able to pause in Dark Souls, right? And someone comes along and is like, well, that's the point, bro, that it's meant to be immersive, to use the example from the video, right? That when someone does that, that is a fort terminating cliche where they're effectively attempting to shut down the discussion, right? And say, no, that's not valid. That's the whole point of it is this. So no more discussion can be had about it. Okay, maybe there is a discussion to be had about it. Maybe we could have a discussion about if, pausing in Dark Souls is necessary or not. I personally I don't have strong opinions one way or the other on that. I think that but if that's what the game developers want to do, right, if that's how they want to design their game, then, I'm not going to say, it's necessarily bad or not, right? So I kind of, I think there could be merits or like criticisms in both camps, right? But when you do terminate something with, oh, that's just the point, right? And it's easy to do when you don't realize it either, right? Like, I mean, we might have even done it in the last 2-3 hours we've been doing.
Yeah, of course we did.
We probably did, right? But that's the thing. And I think the reason people do it is like sometimes some people do actually miss the point, right? And I feel like he has. And when we talked about the whole, the mother scene, right? We didn't necessarily just go, oh, that's the point. She's meant to do this because of the themes, right? And then leave it as that. We actually went into it and we explained, hey, this is why we think they're doing this. This is the possible reasons for it. This is just so and so and so and so. And we actually tried to provide an argument instead of just doing the fort terminating cliche, right? So while I do agree that this is a problem and this is a thing that happens, this guy's made it really hard to want to defend him because he's not done a very good job stating his case, right? It's a bit of the problem. But anyway, at least you've got something to add to that.
No, I mean, I agree that, that's the point. It's a very, you called it a fort terminating thing. I think it has another more official term or more accepted term. But still, you can poke through them. It's not you can still explain, all right, why it isn't. I mean, my video, if he's going to talk about his video, I'm going to talk about my video. People said, "Oh no, that is the point. It's about how it's terrible writing advice." It says, "No, I don't agree," and then blah 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 blah. So you can fight it, and people disagree. That's fine. That's how it is. It's not the end of your discussion, because at this point, right, he made 2 videos and maybe a third is necessary. Then you start actually having a big discussion about it. But I don't feel that he's kind of wants that discussion.
He's almost doing the thought terminating cliche himself, in a sense.
Yeah, it's kind of, he's not really sticking to one angle, right? It's about, no, why are you taking me seriously? No, I have serious problems with this. Why are they taking this so seriously? I am very annoyed that people. I'm very annoyed that people took me seriously. It's kind of
he's flip flopping between these 2 positions. Yeah, but anyhow,
and one last part, right? But these gay, you can't criticize Dark Souls, or otherwise people criticize Dark Souls all the time.
Yeah, Dark Souls 2 got fucking annihilated from Orbit when it came out. People fucking hate that game, dude. And even stuff like Evangelion, like Magician of D brings up, Evangelion has been dissected and criticized and talked about and fucking and analyzed to the point of frame by frame absurdity, right? Like it has been, the debates have been done, right?
And maybe this is kind of the same thing with Madoka, right? Because Madoka is a very much discussed show. I mean, the Weeb Crew people could just recite the entire plot and themes of every scene, apparently.
There's a movie in production right now, probably coming out at some point down the line.
But so people can recite themes and scenes and motivations from the top of their heads. People know what Madoka is and what it's about, and can have formed opinions.
Yeah, I haven't even watched the show, and I've got a pretty I have a vague osmosis level idea of what it is.
And that's kind of hard to achieve, osmosis level knowledge.
Oh yeah, see, this is the thing, right? I can judge whether or not something is interesting or not based on whether or not osmosis happens. Do you want to? Good example. So that Avowed game came out, I'm pretty sure.
It's
Is
today.
it actually out? It came out today. I've seen maybe 1 or 2 tweets about it and 1 video in my recommends about it, and that's it. No one's fucking talking about it. It doesn't exist. The Skyrim killer game from Obsidian, I believe, or whatever, that is supposed to be the big, we're going to do a Skyrim-like game, big Xbox exclusive, big, huge title. Fucking crickets. No one's talking about it. No one's saying anything about it. No, I don't have, there's no controversies. Oh, is it woke DEI? Whatever. We found a fat disabled person in the game. It's woke, right? Oh no, wow, the game is super based. Look at how cool it is. Oh man, the gameplay is amazing. It runs good on modern computers. Holy shit, it's cool, right? I haven't seen anyone talk about it at all. And that tells me, it's probably mid and no one actually cares about it.
I am going to say, right, it only came out a couple hours ago, because it's now this Friday.
Well, yeah, but I would have expected early reviews and stuff. No, I saw reviewers were talking about it and streamers were talking about it.
A second part of this, Nretsews, it's on this weird, if you pay extra, you can play it early. The actual release date is Monday.
Oh, that's what it is. Right. Okay, so maybe it'll...
Yeah, I mean...
Maybe it'll pick up. So maybe a bad example. Maybe I'm shooting the gun too quick.
Yeah, because today is the day for the people who paid $20 extra. But
I just found
Monday.
I found it weird that apparently, because I thought it was out right? I didn't know about all this nonsense, right? Like, I thought it was out, and then I'm like, well, why is no one talking? All right, well, I guess it must be bad then, I guess, right? Because no one's talking about it. But, like, I guess you could, I mean, you could apply the same thing for anime, right? Like, that's you know, part of the thing. No one's talking about something, so it might not be worth the time. But who knows, right? Let's loop back. We're getting there. We are 27 out of 42. We've got a quarter left. We've got a quarter left.
I thought I had something, but I kind of forgot. Let me.
Well, maybe it'll come back to you. Let's
Characters are inhumanly stupid, and it breaks my immersion in a story. I get comments that say, "That's the point. They're kids," and I stick my finger in the air, smile, and go, "Oh, that's good writing then." My point is just because a choice is intentional doesn't mean you have to like it or the execution. As I said in the original video, Madoka is largely about exploiting purity. Of course the girls are naive, but when that transgresses into nonsensical behavior untethered from human instinct, it turns me off. Believe it or not, you can write a character as dumb and human. Naruto's pretty dumb, but human. His decisions make sense in the context of his life. He could absolutely be manipulated by another character, and I'm not faulting Madoka or Homura or Sayaka for being manipulated. It's how they were manipulated. How they didn't see it coming.
Nretsews.
I hear you sighing, and I'm like,
this is. I'm getting some vibes, Nretsews.
Oh, you're getting the vibes now.
I'm getting a vibe.
All right, what's your vibe?
And the vibe is, when a boy is stupid, it's alright. When a girl is stupid, it's a bad story.
I'm not gonna like go that far. I don't think that's what's happening. I'm trying to be good faith here, right? I feel what's actually happening more is like he obviously has his suspension of disbelief, right?
Yes.
He has his view. He has his internal logic of how he expects people to react to certain things, right? And let's say, for instance, we have Naruto, right? He looks at Naruto and he goes, hey, Naruto is reacting to things and making decisions in a way that makes sense to me, right? As a person, right? I would maybe make that. I can empathize with Naruto, and I can see how he came to that conclusion, right? Based on the information he was given, right? And for some reason, he can't do that necessarily with Madoka, either because like different contexts, different like things, right? But I think it does just all boil down to he has his own preconceptions of how he expects characters or people in general to react to things, and Madoka is not. They're not reacting to things in the way that he's expecting logical people to react to things. And so there's a disconnect there. His suspension of disbelief has been broken, and his immersion has been broken because of that. And that's not like, I mean, I'm going to say it. That's valid, right? That's fine. I don't think that's like an invalid thing. If they're reacting in that way, and you're having that kind of flag go off in your head of, oh, this isn't how people should act, right? This is illogical. This doesn't make any sense, right? I'm not going to sit here and tell him that he's like wrong, but I am going to pull out the big Lebowski. That's just your opinion, bro. Right?
No, I do feel it's a vibe. It's not really based on.
Yeah, I get how you could come to that conclusion.
I'm getting a little bit of
I can see how you can get to that conclusion. I just don't.
I feel some gendered bias, like from if a boy is just happily gullible into manipulated, and he's brash and overt about it, that's cool. But if a girl is manipulated and she's all emotional about it, that's drama and unrealistic and stupid.
Right. Well, like I said, I'm not getting that, but I can kind of see where you're coming
from.
Anyway,
unrelated, Nretsews, but there was this reaction channel about, it was watching the villainous show of the season, right? Bureaucrat into villainous. It's like, in the titles had something like, villainous hater watches, blah blah blah, right? That's fine, blah blah. And then a later video was titled like, villainous hater loves this show or something. And I'm like, alright, guy, this is like the first show where a male is reincarnated into a woman. and this is the only villainous show that you like, and this is the only show with a male character per se. Are you not hating just female stories?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just kind of vibes getting from that kind
the
of
vibes.
If suddenly
the vibes.
If suddenly the only difference is the characters are female and dealing with female problems, and you hate it, then it's like, all right, you just hate the female character stories.
All right. Let's see what he's got to say.
And what they did that comes off as robotic and irritating for people outside of myself. Maybe I'm missing the point even now, but that too is subject to personal interpretation. This is
he's basically making the it's all subjective thing that I'm saying. Like what I'm saying is it's people have their own limits, people have their own internal logic, people have their own expectations, right? And sometimes something will click with you and something won't. But the problem is that doesn't mean that you can't be criticized for the other aspects of the thing, right? As we've said before, what is the one thing that keeps coming up every time he shows comments on his screen, right? That this is the information he is providing me, a person that has no context of who, I don't watch his videos, I don't know anything about him outside of this. This is the first time I think we've ever covered him, right?
Yeah, maybe. I think
he is showing all of these comments. What is the one thing that keeps coming up? The one thing that keeps coming up is people got the impression that you watched the show on Discord with your buddies, high as fuck, and didn't take it seriously. That is the one thing that keeps coming up. And at some point, you do have to stop and ask yourself, okay, why is that the one thing that keeps coming up? Did I actually, take a little bit of personal introspection, right? Did I actually convey that was supposed to be a joke, right? Correctly, right? Maybe it didn't come off as strong as what I thought it did when I edited it, right? Maybe people are taking that too seriously, and I should have made it clear, no, I did actually watch the show 2.5 times or whatever. It wasn't just the one time in the Discord chat, right? I did take the show seriously, and I still ended up not liking it, right? This is the problem I've got with the video, is he seems to not want to take responsibility, right? He wants to say, no, it's the children who are wrong, Ellie. It's the children are wrong, but it's no, maybe sometimes you are wrong, mate. Sometimes you mess up.
And also, very much don't care. It's the Weeb crew who I know, kind of. Him being annoyed, it feels like, at Weeb crew for having a different opinion and liking it is a kind of presented as a problem or them being wrong about it. So, but why is them liking Madoka and expressing their reasons why is that a problem for him?
Yeah.
That's kind of alright, are you being any different from the commenters right now that you are criticizing?
Yeah, there's been a lot of that in this video where he comes off a bit hypocritical a little bit.
Yeah, besides of course, oh no, I'm serious. I'm just joking. Why are you taking me seriously? Please take me seriously. I'm serious.
Yeah. But anyway, let's continue.
This is what makes art, and you can't Ben Shapiro me into liking yours. Because there are things to dislike about it. Are we just gonna ignore the suspiciously Anne Frank-sized elephant in the room? Do I have to be the one to ask why, in a world where any wish could be granted, Anne Frank didn't just stop?
Okay. I don't know anything about that.
I mean, alright, Nretsews.
The allegations, what? Okay. Alright.
First, Nretsews, I have my heritage allows me to speak on Anne Frank. That is ambiguous enough for me to let the anime slide, first off. But to specifically call her Anne Frank is getting a little bit into offensive territory.
Yeah.
That's what my heritage allows me to say about on the subject.
Okay, my problem is I don't know if he did that as a joke or not. That's my problem.
Yeah, it does also feel like a joke, and that's kind of rubbing me the wrong way.
Are you being serious or are you not being serious? That's yeah. Come on, Matt.
Yeah, I pulled the card.
Serious allegation.
Yeah, pulled the card. You pulled your orange card out. Yeah.
That I must dispel outright. I am 89% sure I didn't lock Thuman in a wine cellar and force her to watch anime.
Cool.
In my last video, I mentioned my friend Thuman is a big fan of Madoka Magica. We watched the first few episodes together in a group setting, which you can see throughout the video, but she realized it didn't age as gracefully as she had once thought. Here's the clip that really set people off.
Oh my god.
No! The opening is so
I don't care about
good.
no damn opening, dude. I don't even speak Japanese.
Yeah, you do.
Play some fucking Radiohead.
It's a weird...
I can kind of understand why people thought like, oh, he doesn't take it seriously, he doesn't care.
Because he didn't.
Because he didn't. Like, that's the impression that I'm getting. He didn't give a fuck. Like, I mean, you don't have to watch the opening, right? If you want to skip the opening, like, sure, whatever. But it's like, it's the attitude, I think, and again, people work on vibes and emotions, right? So
especially if you show this and it's giving me vibes.
Yeah, if you give people that impression, that's the impression they're going to have. But anyway, let's see what his defense is.
Experience to have more than 100 people say, you're an asshole, you're torturing your friend, she thinks you're stupid. This response was surreal because I'm thinking, it's a fucking cartoon.
I don't know what happened.
She didn't make it. I'm not trying to say anime can't be meaningful. Of course it can. It's art. I'm just saying that torture is crazy. This isn't Sean Combs Gaming. I watch anime and I laugh at it. What do you think transpires in these voice calls? Part of me gets it though. If you take a look at her page, you'll think, well, aren't these the most opposite motherfuckers I've seen in my entire life? Correct. We don't agree on anything. While she cares about things, I don't really give a fuck. She uses her platform to spotlight racism and make social commentary. I use my platform to heighten racial tensions and buy Soylent. The dissonance is...
What the fuck does this have to do with anime discussions, my man? Like, come on.
Also, I'm not getting a very positive impression of you. I haven't through this entire video, but you're not, improving my impressions.
You're not helping your case. You're not helping your case, mate. You're not... Like, I don't know anything about this other chick, right? I probably would disagree with her on a lot of things based on what I saw, but it's... Yeah, that's can the man get to the point? Yeah, Joshua's on point. It's like, where is the point? But anyways, continue.
Clear, but where we meet in the middle is respect. When your friend goes, hey, I don't like when you do this, you're supposed to go, of course, I'll respect that. I think women can drive, Thuman. I think they can drive. No, this is not sarcasm. They can drive. Sometimes they're even funny. That's called...
Again, does he want to be taken seriously or not?
Because
right now I'm not. Why? Like, what's serious? And this is a big problem. A lot of people have this problem where like they don't know how to like make it clear when do you want to be taken serious? Because I like to crack jokes. I like to be a funny man sometimes, right? Like angry Kiwi, I have my rage moments. I get mad, I get emotional about things, right? And I scream at someone and call them the C word, right? And whatnot. I try to be a little bit entertaining. It's my heritage, yeah. I try to be a bit entertaining, right? I try to do the funny haha stuff. But like, I do like to make it clear, like, hey guys, let's get serious for a minute, right? Let's
didn't I just had a massive high and mighty, I am the king or ruler and dictator, you're all wrong for having a different opinion?
Yeah, exactly. Like you gotta know, you gotta make it clear. Like and I don't get that vibe from this guy, right?
No.
I get the vibe that he's using the haha funny stuff as a shield to stop criticism, while at the same time being like, well, no guys, you have to take me seriously, right? I am a serious man, take me seriously. All the while I'm joking about the racisms and the sexisms and the haha woman can't drive or whatever, right? And it's like, yeah, I guess, but
Also, just for Magician of the right? No, there's alright. I only watched like the first season, so I don't have context of movies and whatnot, and extended lore of the manga and other side spin-off shows. For what I gather, is at least in the first season of Madoka, the first show, the original show, is that all the girls kind of wish for kind of close relationship things. Like Nami made a wish like, please get me out of this crash. My car is crashed, don't let me die. Kyoko was like, wish like, hey, have my father have a big congregation, and kind of, brainwashed. Let's like, and Saya was like, oh, get him the boy I like, let him walk again. So it's all very personal, close relationship wishes. So there's no reason to assume that the girl on the train wished for anything else than let me go. Don't let me go to the concentration camps. And that's still a fair wish. And Madoka's wish was kind of different because that was a wish not for herself, but for the entire world. And that makes her wish different from other wishes and the impact, blah, 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 blah. So just that. Alright, just look if you're maybe clear you're joking. Oh yeah, this is the what is the guy? Bungie Donkey
reviews, yeah. Schrödinger's donkey, where it's if I'm being criticized, then it's a joke, but otherwise you have to take what I say completely dead seriously. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. But anyway, we're almost there. We got 12 minutes. We can do it.
Having boundaries. Because of this dynamic, I now know that Thuman is an evil witch of a woman. She's the most naturally gifted troll I've ever seen.
Why are you watching this in English?
Woman, I'm trying to listen.
Sybil's judgment of my job aptitude had me...
The Japanese version sounds much better. This dub sucks.
Shut up! Just picked a different job? Seriously?
She sounds like a 30-year-old.
Shut up! Please shut up! I'm trying to listen. This is a fucking heavy dialogue anime.
Sorry.
You could have solved this problem by just watching
English subtitles. There's English subtitles.
Yeah, turn the English subtitles on while you got the dub on. Yeah, there you go. Problem solved. You could just there are 3 different ways he could have solved this fucking problem, but it feels like he's self-inflicting his own wounds on himself.
First off, English dub, English subtitles. Second, Japanese dub, English subtitles, still subtitles. 3,
dude, just watch the fucking anime.
Kick her out. Third option.
Yeah, come on, man. Anyway.
She was not sorry. Fun, and it's fine to tease one another because we know what we're comfortable with. You know who doesn't know what we're comfortable with?
Other people.
YouTube comments.
Yeah.
Having said friends shitting on every aspect of the show because it wasn't a death note with little girls will feel horrible to anyone who hasn't been...
Again, people can only work off the information that you give them, right? Not everyone is part of your little Discord clique or whatever in your little, Discord server where you watch anime, so they all know what the culture is like and where the boundaries are and how you guys interact with each other. People don't have that context. They can't know. If someone stumbles upon your video because, I don't know, they're looking for Madoka Magica reviews or something, or they're looking for hey, I want to watch some videos about Madoka because I like Madoka, or I hate Madoka and I want to have my opinions validated or something. Whatever reasons people have, right? Maybe the video just showed up in their recommended feed and they were like, hey, I like anime discussions or whatever, or I like anime discussions. I'd like to hear about anime discussions, right? Guys, people don't have that context. So they're going to go off the information that you give them. And if you give them information that leads to them to come to the conclusion that you're an asshole, they're going to think you're a fucking asshole. It's really that simple.
Yeah, he's just... I don't know what he wants. He wants to be...
Yeah, I don't know
he wants
either.
He wants a persona, but when people take the persona... we said it before.
Yeah. It's just repeating ourselves at this point because he just keeps, doing he's literally just saying the same thing over and over again. He's pulling a mother's basement. Like, this video did not have to be 40 minutes long. This video did not have. You could cut this video in half at least. Like, come on, man.
That girl just dodged a lifetime of petty people? Hearts?
Imagine really
It was a funny comment though,
share
with the
an
heart.
interest
Yeah.
with your friends.
This is a
and
very
they
poor
make
review and make you
zero
come off as
effort.
genuinely spiteful.
Hey, wait a second.
Your friend.
Yeah.
What? That's comment on the bottom, right? This is a very poor
This
review
is
that
very
makes you come off. Isn't this just a?
Come off as spiteful towards the show, including your friend. Yeah, exactly. It's like I said. Like if people don't know any other context, then they're going to make assumptions based off the information you give them. You cannot fault people for that. People can only go off what they know. We're not mind readers, my dude.
It comes across as disingenuous, spiteful, and makes you look like an awful person, friend.
Yeah. Anyway.
She was showing you something she loves.
On paper, you're supposed to see this and ignore it. And I know that, but I am petty. I was about to look extremely pathetic in front of thousands of people. Bruh, the reason the sparkle went out of your friend's eyes as she watched with you was because she shared something that she loved with y'all, and y'all shat all over it. Y'all some bad friends. Okay, play it cool, man. Play it cool. Oh, thank goodness you were in the call with us. Fuck! I had shown weakness to the public, and I could no longer stop myself.
Well,
that's very much the you problem, though.
It's self-inflicted. The dude just keeps stepping on landmines, dude. Like, come on. Like, again, all he had to do was just be like, hey, like, you don't have the full context. Maybe I could have like made the video better to convey the context that it was all fun and haha funny jokes. It was fine. There was no problems, right? Like, and again, this is the thing. I haven't even watched the video. And based on the comments that he's presenting as evidence to us, I'm getting a very interesting perspective to what I think how the video went down versus how he thinks the video went down, right? Like he views the video in like a completely different reality to what the commenters viewed, and that's a problem. That's a real problem that he should probably like look into and address. Maybe, but let's see.
Why was there so little commentary of her in the video? My mind races now.
There's little commentary from everyone who isn't me. Did you even hear this dude speak?
She's just laying in bed and shit, and all of a sudden, like, fucking...
That guy just had banger after banger after banger of joke, and you see him twice. You know why? Because not everyone can stay up until nerd dick butt hours to watch anime. Not every funny moment can make it into the video, and Thuman is Irish. What's her accent?
Hi guys and welcome to my channel. It's been a while since
Irish.
I last uploaded.
Maybe because she's a European, perhaps, and my 7 p.m. is her 7 a.m.? Damn it! Here I am in the comment section, justifying myself to people who don't care and won't be satisfied with any explanation I give. It began.
So there was so I don't know if you've been. This is kind of off topic, kind of not, but the whole Linus Tech Tips drama that's been happening recently with them and GN, right?
Not really.
So okay, so quick TLDR. Like it's not actually about the drama itself, but it's basically just like Steve and Linus are having beef over a comment Steve made in one of his videos, and Linus got really butthurt over it or whatever. Lewis Rossman, who's a guy that I follow, he's like a guy that does right to repair type stuff. He had a video, and one of the main points in his video that I think is very salient is you shouldn't measure yourself up to the standards of assholes, right? You shouldn't like try to justify yourself and measure because assholes are going to hold you to an insanely high standard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a standard that the assholes themselves are never going to meet, right? Because no one's perfect. Like, we're not perfect, right? Like, we have standards, obviously, but I would argue, like, I try to hold people to standards that I feel like I at the very least can accomplish, right? But there are assholes out there that will hold you to insanely high standards of like ethics in journalism, or video requirements, or any fucking like standards, right? And they're doing that because they want to fuck with you. They want you to hold yourself up on this high horse and get on this insanely high level, and it leads to you destroying yourself because you'll never reach that peak. You'll never climb that mountain, right? So you don't measure yourself up to random people in the comment section who are assholes, right? You don't have to justify yourself to them. They are anonymous, faceless people on the internet. Just like we're all technically, usually anonymous faceless people on the internet, but you don't like Scamboli, right? He doesn't have to measure himself up to our standards, right? If he doesn't want to, right? I don't give a shit if he doesn't or not, right? It doesn't matter. But my point here is he's taking these YouTube commenters way more seriously than he should, right? Like if the YouTube commenters are like
kind of more seriously than I did.
Because, exactly. Like
because you can bet that he got more supportive comments than I ever did.
Because he's a big YouTuber. He's probably got shitloads of fans.
I can remember like 2 commenters that agreed with my video, and the other 100 didn't. So
So it's like, again, you don't have to measure yourself to the standards of assholes. You don't have to do it. You should hold yourself up to your own standards, right? Hold yourself up to the standards that you set for yourself, not what some other random ass dude you don't even know, right, is trying to hold you to. And I think that's the problem here. I think he is trying to hold himself up to the standards of the assholes in his comment section. Also, Magician of D's agreed, Nretsews, at least that commenter is me. Everyone has to live up to my expectations or else.
Nretsews, at the risk of it becoming a thing, DSP, right?
Oh fuck! Not again. You and your love relationship with DSP.
He's insane. It's funny. So DSP had his bank account leaked. His expenses leaked.
His financials.
Financials leaked for a second. So, and he is denying it every single day since, because it's kind of embarrassing, because it reveals that he spent a lot of money on the gambling mobile game. While he said he needed the money for food and taxes and all this.
Very typical
gambler's behavior. So he had an interview on some YouTube channel with another guy. He said, "All right, DSP, you said these are fake. I have all this evidence and corroborative. I'm like, all right, you said you're going to shopping one of these days, and tada, I see here in these receipts that you went shopping for this and this for that much amount. And you said you were going to the hairdresser, and tada, the day before, etc. It's here. So how do you explain it's all these correlations and pages and pages of correlations?" He says, "Oh, it's all fake." And then all right, we have a video of this and a thing and a photo of that, etc. And he says, "Oh, it's all fake." And then, all right, what you need to do is to call the bank teller illegally in my name to get the same results of another guy from the first guy who did it very illegally, social engineering, fraud, identity fraud. And if you do the illegal identity fraud as the guy who did it first and made this expense list, then it would be real evidence. But because you won't commit federal identity theft financial crimes, I cannot agree that it's real. But then, of course, the DSP man himself would just believe anything he watched in the YouTube video. Oh, right. This YouTuber said that this guy is bad.
Ellie, you and Necro can't both be using DSP as a hate battle.
No. in a rare blue moon, I messaged Necro, said, Necro, did you see this crazy stuff? And Necro says, yeah, man, it's crazy.
God. Anyway, all right. Well, we're almost. Yeah. Well, I say that, but yeah, let's keep going.
To set in that I wasn't dealing with ordinary commenters. I was dealing with scholars that had read Ho Tactics, Uncut Edition.
Oh.
What the fuck is this?
Out of mind.
Fuck a man into spending, spoiling, and sponsoring.
What is this incel central, incel maxing?
They made loaded comments about me, and then when I replied back, they asked why I'm getting defensive. It was genius, just like in chat.
Yeah, dude, you're getting played. You're getting played, mate. You're getting trolled. Again, you gotta. This is the thing, right? Like, okay, I've had this on Twitter. I am guilty. I am not free from sin, right? Back in the day when I was younger, right, and I was a bit more naive, right. I've gotten into like these hour-long fucking 3-hour-long fucking Twitter debates with people. I would argue with people and scream at them and hurl abuse. Well, maybe not hurl abuse, but you get what I mean, right? I would have these long-ass fucking like tirade debates with people, right? And you know, looking in hindsight, it's like, yeah, that was a waste of time. I shouldn't have done that, right? It was a pain. It was just me screaming at these fucking randos about, you know, nonsense that in the end of the day didn't really accomplish anything and didn't really matter, right? It was not worth it. So I get it, right? I feel a man here. I get it. Like, getting played sucks, right? It sucks. But you gotta like learn to pick the weed. Like when it, like, because I mentioned like I had that interaction with the weeb crew, right? Or at least whoever's in control of that account. I don't know which member of the cast is in control of that account at any given time. So I'm just going to collectively call them the weeb crew on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
So, like, that was probably like the first time in a long time I actually had a long like Twitter spat with someone or, you know, argument with someone, and like, you know, that was fine because it was, you know, I tried to keep it kind of mutual, you know, and I kind of was like trying to explain, like, because I think it actually did like spawn from a misunderstanding of what I said, because they thought when I said like, you know, people taking anime seriously, they thought that like I was talking about the people that were like, you know, doxing people and those people, when I was like, no, I'm talking about people need to take anime more seriously in the context of irony, poison, and treating anime like an art form and actually engaging with anime and that kind of thing, right? So, but we worked it out, and it was fine. I would view that as a fruitful conversation, right? We had a fruitful conversation. I think we both walked away from that with, you know, mutual understanding somewhat of each other's points, right? At least I would hope. I don't know, because when I stopped interacting with them, they stopped interacting with me. So I don't know, right? But I've had other ones where, like, you know, yeah, no, it's just a complete fucking waste of like 2 or 3 hours. Like, I'm literally like talking to a brick wall that doesn't fucking get what I'm saying, or they're deliberately trolling, right, and saying stuff in a way to try and keep.
I remember. Sorry, Nretsews, this is the only time I remember one of your spats. Like, we were getting all up into an argument with some guy about Shosetsu or something, and I was like, Nretsews, I think he knows what he's talking about. And you went, nah, he knows nothing, he's trash. And then it's revealed he knows Shosetsu and offers and the whole process. And
And I mean, it happens, right? You know, it happens. And I think that at some point you just gotta like, it's like an acquired skill, right? To detect, like, because nowadays I don't respond to everyone that, like, I mean, I don't tweet that as often as I used to anyway, but you know, I don't tweet as much as I used to, like OP tweet. Like, I'll retweet lewds and shit, right? And I'll maybe comment under someone else's post every now and then, but I'm not like making threads or any of that stuff as much as I used to, right? But I'm not like, if I get a like reply from someone and I feel, yeah, this is just a guy being a dick or whatever, or it's just someone saying something completely stupid or whatever, like, I don't have to fucking respond to that. You know, not everyone needs to be responded to, right? You don't have to respond to every single person that comments on your thing, right? And once you learn that and you kind of acquire that skill of being able to just let things go, right? It makes life a lot better. You're spending less time getting into useless fucking arguments over petty internet nonsense, and you're spending more time retweeting lewds like you should be on Twitter. right? But
yeah, it's you know, I do have, you know, sometimes Nretsews, there's a good grudge you should hold.
Yeah, sometimes someone goes into the shows, yeah.
Don't discount a good grudge.
Yeah. I prefer a friendly rivalries to grudges, though. I like a friendly rivalry more than I like a grudge. I like someone that I can like back and forth with, even if we like us, you know, on politics. Someone I can vehemently disagree with on certain things and actually have like a friendly, you know, back and forth with, rather than like, well, I say friendly, but I mean,
it's not friendly in a moment, but afterwards.
People have seen us fucking like, people have seen hints of that shit on the show sometimes when we have like political arguments, and I'm like literally like screaming at you, right? And, but like, you know, people have seen glimpses of that shit. You guys should have seen some of the fucking shit we got up to
behind the scenes.
Chats. Holy shit! But it's like, yeah, no.
It's been at least a year since the last one. So.
It's been a while since we've done that, and we don't do that often anymore. And it's mostly because, again, I've been pulling back from political shit anyway. So, but it's like, you know, I get it. I'm just saying, like, I get where this guy's coming from, and that you have that urge, right, to defend yourself, or hell, to defend your friends, but you know, or people that you agree with, or whatever, you know, sometimes. But sometimes it's not worth it. You know, sometimes it's not worth it. And it can lead you to making some fucking, you know, mistakes. You know, like sometimes you defend someone who you shouldn't have defended, or sometimes you make points that you know, shouldn't have made, right? It's, yeah. But,
yeah,
getting back to the video.
Sunk cost fallacies and whatnot.
Yeah, sunk cost fallacies and being stubborn, you know, that kind of thing. But anyway, let's continue.
Chapter 7, How to Flirt the Hoe. Wait, no. Chapter 8, Getting Nasty with It. No, it was...
This joke
How to go from hoe to housewife. That chapter covers gaslighting. I can say this crap as much as I want, but maybe I'm just putting words into her mouth like these guys. If only there was some source that could let us know how she feels.
It's so funny that you're getting canceled because of me too.
Yeah, it's well, I was literally like typing the Thuman portion as I checked Discord and saw you pinged us. I was like, what the fuck are the odds? Scam, I love you, but I think the light fading from her eyes might have been the realization that her funny friend was an idiot.
Oh no,
Is that true?
He has 300 uploads.
Again,
I'm not hearing a denial from it. It isn't true.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that, it's like, again, it's like, you know, if that's the impression people got, maybe you got to look at your own video, dude. Maybe you got to, you know, look at what you put in your video. Maybe you made a mistake. Maybe you should have made it more clear that it was just haha funny joking around with friends, you know?
Mm.
Anyway.
Look what you've done.
Look. Seems like an ego problem. Is that true?
But also posting the ugly art of the friend seems intensely mean-spirited! What?
The funnier thing is that you actually tried really hard to make that art. That's the crazy.
Hey, wait.
The important part.
Alright, because... So, Nretsews, real quick, right? He included that from, we're just good friends, but... You know, we're in a mindset, right? We're in a bias mode.
Yeah.
Nothing that she said right there is like a denial of the things they say. It's like...
Yeah, and again, it's hard when we don't have the context of how of watching the video, right? It's almost like we're watching a part 2 of part 1, part
it's very much
like we don't have the context of we can only glean the context through the comments and how they interpreted it, right? And that's part of the problem, because it doesn't really matter if the truth is that, hey, they're like good friends or whatever. Like, Ali, like for instance, if I clipped out that one argument we had when we did like the feminist video on Fire Force or whatever, like that massive ass fucking debate we had about whether or not she was actually a feminist or not, like that went on for ages.
I've forgotten that we even did that.
Yeah, you forget everything because you've got Alzheimer's. I know.
I
I
believe everything you say, Nretsews. We had an argument.
Okay. We had a very heated exchange, right?
Yes,
in that cast. We had a very heated exchange. If I just cut that part out and turned it into a clip, right? And put that out, I would not be surprised if people came to the conclusion that we absolutely fucking hate each other.
Well,
right? I would not be fucking surprised if people came to that conclusion of like, wow, these two are like getting really fucking into it on this. This is like, man, this Nretsews guy must really fucking hate this Ellie person, and this Ellie person must fucking be sick of Nretsews bullshit. Yeah, can't stand this Nretsews guy. How the fuck are they even on a podcast together? Jesus. Right?
How do you even have like admin rights on this channel? I don't know.
Exactly. So like, this is what I mean, right? This is like, you know, it's that's the problem, right? Like, if people don't have the necessary context of, yeah, no, these two people are actually, you know, just good friends, and they might disagree on some stuff and get really heated, but that's all part of the fun. It's all part of the fun. It's part of the game, right? It's all part of the game. It's all part of the gig, right? It's all part
but all right, back to the video real quick, right? Unless she's, you assume kind of, right, play, and then we know. But she's going to make a statement. No, we're good friends. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, we're about.
But I'm still a bit suspicious, like, about from because she didn't deny anything of it. She read a bunch of comments that none of that was like, no, it's not true. Like, yeah, that was a bit mean to make an ugly parody. And she said you tried really hard on that, but the truth is it's still an ugly parody, and you included it in the video. So
let's find out.
Yeah, let's find out.
Let's find out.
People, what they don't understand is that you can watch media critically. I feel like.
Oh no!
She doesn't deny. Oh no! It's all true.
You can watch media critically. It's my favorite fucking... Look, critical consumption, Ellie. It's my favorite thing.
I
can watch this thing that I think is fucking, like, horrific, but because I'm watching it critically, it's okay. Listen,
I am hit by the point of she's not saying at all that she's friends with him or liked that when he did. That's the thing.
She's just gonna... Like, Ellie, look, I'm sitting on the bus reading my my paperback version of Big Mummy Milker's hentai gangbang, shaking my head so everyone knows that I'm watching. So everyone knows that I'm.
You're on a different path.
I'm on a different path because she's talking about like watching things critically. I've been triggered in a different direction. We've veered away, but let's see what she's got to say. Let's hear her out, right? Let's hear her out.
You don't have to like everything. That's fine. I feel like for Madoka specifically, for me, when I watched it the first time, it made a big impression because it was like one of a kind thing at that time. So it was like a bigger thing. But nowadays, there's so many good animes out there, especially like with this kind of like aesthetic and like interesting twist to a story. Some of the writing, like the things that make it like bad, are like more highlighted. You know what I mean? It's still a good show, but I feel like it doesn't have the same impact, and it's okay to be critical. And
I mean, I don't think she's wrong in a sense. Like, I mean, you can watch something when you're younger, right, and then go back to it years later, and then either be like, yeah, this holds up, or, man, I liked this. Holy shit.
Yeah, some things, you know, some story elements are just getting antiquated. Some storytelling methods, traditions are in and out of fashion. So Madoka might be the height of storytelling in 5 years again. Who knows?
Exactly. There's being critical, and then there's the way that you go about it. Yeah, I agree with Romero. Want to criticize how something is done and how it is, fine. But if you insist on acting as if said series is full of illegal shit and acting as if the creators are evil, that's where there's a problem. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm talking about with the critical criticism. But she's not making that... Like, I just got triggered because, consuming things critically. But she's not talking about that. I do get where she's coming from, basically. Like, I get what she's saying, and I don't necessarily disagree that you can like watch something after a long time and it might not necessarily help, because memory is weird like that, right? Like, memory is valuable. People, you know, you can't necessarily always trust your own memories because, you know, things happen.
I have a
well, I mean, you've got Alzheimer's. You don't even remember the stream happened after today, so
it's only relating to streams, but the rest of my memory is fine because, you know, I go to bed straight after, kind of. No, I have a one time. I was doing a road trip through Europe, and I was in Paris, and I just bought a saber altar figure, in some anime manga store.
Yeah.
And I was walking around in Paris, going through some touristy places, and I was walking around, and then there was some kind of escalator. There was an old man in front and apparently an older woman behind me, and I was, he was going up the escalator. I was like 5 steps behind him, but the old man stepped on the elevator with a cane in his hand, and suddenly he starts wobbling really bad on an escalator. That's bad. So I dropped all my bags, including the Figma figure, and just ran up the escalator and held the old man steady until the escalator was at the top. And then I ran down the escalator that went up. Don't worry about it. Grabbed my bags, and an old woman stood there from like, she said something in French or something like assuming to something from, good, you did something.
You did your good deed.
I did good deeds, and so I said from like, thank you, bye, and I grabbed my bags and went on my touristy ways.
Yeah.
I can't remember the old man. Besides, he had a cane and wobbling. I can't remember if he had a French beret on or something, or if that is just a stereotype. Of anything. I don't
stereotypical French old man.
I don't remember the old woman's clothing at all. I just know that things happen. Just a memory thing.
Yeah. Memory is not
No.
And also just to address Romeo. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Romeo. Don't worry. I know you're not saying that she's doing it. It's general sense.
No. To the video itself, Nretsews, I am very critically listening to what she's saying, and I will keep saying. I will say this for the last time. She isn't denying the comments at all.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Not everything is for everybody, so I don't know why people are like, you don't share my opinion, and therefore you fell off. Like, okay, does that mean I fell off like 50 million years ago because people don't agree with me on blackwashing?
Yeah. Do you mind if I clip that?
Yeah, I don't mind.
She's much more optimistic than I and believes these comments come from a good place. I differ in that I think you shouldn't publicly insult someone off a fucking headcanon. Thuman catches wind of...
Yeah, but again...
You did as well.
So many times. Yeah, I've said it. Yeah, and I've said it so many fucking times. He did this with the way that he edited his video. People would not be coming up with these headcanons if it was abundantly clear in his video that, we're just a bunch of friends shitposting, right? It's fine. It's not like a big deal. People got the impression of you from the information that you presented, right? So you can't fault people for working off the information they have. So him just constantly saying, well, no, you can't judge me. You can't judge me based on a headcanon. You can't insult me because of this, this, and this. It's like, no, you did this to yourself, I think. Like, that's the impression I'm getting off this video, is he did this to himself, and now he's mad that he did this to himself. But he doesn't want to admit, hey, maybe I fucked up. But again, that's my assumption based on the limited information that I have been given, because I didn't watch his other video. I'm not a subscriber. I don't really care about it. I don't care about it in that respect. I came here for discussions about the state of anime discussion online, not this man's petty beef with his commenters in his video, right?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I don't know. It's still what. I guess I didn't get it, but you probably kind of you pointed me in the right direction. Yeah, the headcanon is what he's doing in his own Discord calls. Yeah, but going back to my misunderstanding and running with it anyway, his interpretations of the stupidity of Madoka's mother and all that stuff are still also interpretations, and is he right for having his own interpretation of the show, but the audience is wrong for having interpretation based on what he shows in the video? Two measures, kind of.
Yeah.
The comments I was receiving and feels bad for me, I guess, so she leaves this comment. Thuman, you have fucked everything up. Because of your kindness, things are now worse. They think
I had so much fun rewatching Madoka with you. This show is truly a product of its time, and it made a huge impact on me the first time as a teen. I rewatched the rewatch showed me that my tastes have changed and developed over the years, but I still love the cute Madoka and the memories it gave me. Let's watch another shoujo together soon. All right, see what happened.
Girl blink. Girl blink twice.
Girl blink twice. Anyway, let's keep going.
I didn't even know about it. Girl, blink twice. Sorry you had to rewatch a show so impactful to you with an audience only trying to tear it apart. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. This is offensive to their friendship with you. And it struck me insane that none of these people thought, maybe I'm being extremely condescending right now. Maybe it's weird that I'm telling this woman that she's lying. I mean,
people on the internet are assholes. Just how it is. Yeah, and I don't like it. I don't think people.
I do think Girl Blink Twice is very funny, though.
It is kind of funny, yeah. But I mean, I kind of I've kind of mellowed out. I feel over the years, I used to be a lot more angry, and I used to rage a lot more. Right? I mean, hell, one of the very first clips on the channel was me screaming at that guy, that fighting game guy, about censorship and shit. And even before that, I used to be a lot more, when I was active on Twitter as well, I used to be a lot more mean, right? And a lot more of an asshole. But I've come to kind of find that, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, right? It's a lot better to, okay, now this is my, I think I've talked about this before, but a common tactic I used to use in the Twitter argument days is you always start with your most inflammatory statement first.
Ooh, you do a Monton Bailey thing?
Yes.
Yes, you do. That's a bad
let me explain. But let me explain, right? The way that, a Monton Bailey is when it's a completely different argument, right? So I'm not making a completely different argument, but I start being more aggressive in tone than I actually am. And the reason I would do that is because usually that's the only way to get someone to actually engage with you, right? And I understand, and it is flawed because it does taint the first impression, right? But it does work in... And I think that could be what's going on here with a lot of these commenters, right? They want the interaction. They want Scamboli to respond to them. They want to get that dopamine of, oh, I got noticed by Senpai or whatever, right? So you start off with an inflammatory comment, and then if that person responds to you, then you start dialing it back, right? And you start going, right, well, I'm going to keep the same point that I have, but I'm going to be less of an asshole about it. Right, and then we can actually start having a proper discussion about you. It's like you escalate and then de-escalate the situation, right? And yeah, I would agree. Now that is actually a pretty bad fucking tactic, and you shouldn't do as I say, not as I do, kids. Right? Right? Do as I say, not as I do. But it worked, right? It worked, and that was how I got into a lot of my conversations with people on Twitter. Was I would just be I'd be a bit aggressive at the start and then wind it back. And I see that a lot in some of these comments, right? People are making inflammatory statements in a tone that is made specifically to kind of trigger this man. And obviously he got triggered because he made a 40-minute fucking video about it, right?
Defending him in 5 different ways and attacking others
exactly.
in 6.
So obviously he managed to do it. Also, hi Gouda. Yeah, we're doing it. Yeah, we did an earlier stream because we're doing a long video and I had to reschedule some stuff. So
it's his fault this time.
Times. It's my fault this time, yes. But getting back to it, I see that happening. I see that happening a lot, and I think, because I recognize it, right? I see that as a thing, and so I don't respond to those comments anymore, and I don't fall for that track. But I think if people don't know about that, and they again, people work on vibes and they work on emotional responses to things, so it's very easy to kind of emotionally manipulate people into, responding to something by being inflammatory like that.
Yeah, and Nretsews, I do kind of think what you did is a Monten Bailey, you know, presenting
Yeah,
one.
a little sin. I did a sin. Yeah, I know.
No, it's kind of, you know, presenting at the extreme position and then rolling it back to a defensible position when somebody kind of engages.
That's the difference is, Ellie, I'm not changing the position. It's the tone of the position, not the actual position itself. It would be like if Ellie, right? Let me give you an example, right? Gushing over magical girls is shit. It's a horrible show, and you suck for liking it. You're horrible, and then you respond with, "Okay, well, fuck you. You're an asshole." But you know what the fuck? Why do you think it sucks? And then you go into the actual discussion. It's like it's the opener. It's the icebreaker. So I still think Gushing Over Magical Girl sucks, and the guy's dumb. You're dumb for liking it, but I roll it back to the not defensible position, but the lighter tone, right? Because now I've got the guy hooked, right? I got the guy in, and now we can have a 5-hour fucking conversation on Twitter about Gushing Over Magical. That's just an example, right? Because a Monten Bailey to me is like you say something. Again, it's like you said, right? You have the extreme, not very easy to defend position, but what you really think is a more defensible version or a version of your argument that is, you know, So yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it's not that bad. It was bad. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't that bad.
I still kind of feel it fits in the spirit at least.
Well, that's just your opinion, bro. All right. Anyway. Let's. God. We're almost. God. Come on, we can do this.
Problem with fake empaths who transparently use others as a proxy for their outrage. Her feelings are irrelevant. Her words may well have been white noise because what's more important is how they would feel. Never mind what the adult woman is saying. Someone out there is thinking...
Oh, so now you're speaking on her behalf again.
Doesn't matter what the adult woman is saying. Yeah, no.
Why isn't she saying something right now? Why are you speaking for her?
Oh, man, but anyway.
Maybe by listening to the fucking words?
I watched the flicker in her eyes slowly die out as she realized this show was a piece of shit.
These are the words I said. I said them because we talked about it. That's somewhat different than the people who hear 3 seconds of her voice and decided to talk over her. If you're gonna...
Yeah,
but she never said anything to the contrary.
Yeah, and like, if that was the clip from his old video, right? Like, out of context... Right.
Well, what was the only context?
What else am I supposed to glean from that? Right. What else am I supposed to glean from that? Like the glimmer from her eyes left as she like realized the show that she liked was a piece of shit. Like what else am I supposed to glean from that? Again, it's a problem of like the information being presented is the issue.
Yeah, and all right. I said that I wouldn't, but for last time, she never ever really said anything to the effect of. Yeah, you were right to say this. I didn't hear like an
It's
agreement.
just implied, right? It's just implied, basically.
Yeah, but you mean if you want to clarify things, you kind of should, clarify them.
If you want to clarify something, you should actually clarify it, not just be like, oh well,
imply it again or something.
Haha, these comments are so funny, so wrong. Haha, right? But anyway.
Call me a douche. Call me a douche for the words I've said. Like the
I think that's what people are doing, mate. I think that's what's happening. Is people are calling you a douche based on the impression they got from the video. Like I don't know what to tell you, man.
And the words you said, if you said from,
I watched the glimmer in my friend's eyes die as she realized the show was shit. Yeah, yeah.
And then she makes a comment, says, I like the show. So
yeah.
So you're the one who's the problem here.
Oh my god.
People who tell me I
hate my job.
There's a tweet floating around from a fellow YouTuber. I first want to say I respect the craft, I wish you success with the channel, and even if you dislike me, you should be allowed to vocalize that. But by that same merit, you're a proponent of some of the dumbest horseshit I've seen this week, and
oh, what's the... Okay, this week's of teenage phase where you did like something but feel the need to announce loudly that you actually hate it because you're too insecure to stop caring if other people judge you or not. The best anime girl series of the past 15 years is, and this goober won't watch it. Why do people even pay attention to these stupid ANNT losers and their opinions on our hobbies to begin with when they clearly hate anime? Oh no, I'm a privileged white man and have to watch 12 episodes of a TV show because it's my job, even though I could just also just not watch it. I hate AniTubers. I also find it interesting how, like, this whole video, he hasn't been, like, censoring, like, names of commenters, and, like, now he is for some reason. Like, because, look, there's, like, white space, right?
This is Discord, maybe, I don't know, private
No,
servers.
this is YouTube. This looks like YouTube.
Oh,
it looks like YouTube.
Alright, yeah,
It's
you're
just
right
white.
then.
Yeah, it looks like YouTube, but he's taken the names out. He's taken the names out of the thing. Like, but he didn't do that for any of the other comments, so I'm not sure why he's doing it now.
Maybe this is weeb channel's YouTube comment, and he maybe has some ethics.
Maybe, I don't know. But anyway, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
I should be able to respond. YouTuber says, imagine Scamboli whining about having to watch
no,
12
that's
episodes.
Known profile image. I recognize that image.
I don't know who is this.
I know, I recognize the profile image, but I don't know who.
I don't know who it is either. I'm
because just
tweet, so.
Search the
Twitter advanced search the whole like tweet.
Yeah.
Is it Chibi? I don't know if it's Chibi. It could be Chibi. I don't know.
Because it's his job. Dog. I would kill to be getting those kinds of views on my vids. Having tons of people actually interested in what I have to say. Watching all sorts of series, and all he can do is complain.
So, I do think that it's like, on the one hand, right? I do think that is kind of valid, right? But again, the context is missing here in terms of like, did he? Because is the criticism that he didn't actually watch the whole show and he only watched parts of it, even though this guy has said, no, I did watch the whole show at least 2.5 times, right? So he did watch the show, right?
Yeah, but in the video, he apparently said he watched at 2 times speed, so people say, all right, you only watched like it.
Right. Yeah, maybe that's the criticism here. But like, I feel like, I don't know. I think on the one hand, yeah, if you are actually going to take this seriously, right, you should probably like actually watch the show, right? On your own, right, with your notepad out, and actually like take notes or whatever, right? If you're going to be serious about this, right? At least I feel like you should do that. And I mean, here's the thing, right? We don't do that. Like when we do our episode kind of recap / discussions, right? We're just kind of flying off the hip. We're not taking notes. We're just kind of remembering what we watched, right, and talking about it. But we're in a casual setting, right? This stream is a casual setting. We're not, again, we've mentioned this before, but we're not like trying to be super duper duper serious, right? But when it comes to like a actual scripted, edited YouTube video that is, you know, I guess it would depend on, is he just trying to make like a meme video, or is he trying to be, again, do you want to be taken seriously or not, is the question. And if the answer is you don't want to be taken seriously, then do whatever the fuck you want, right? Make your little meme video, talk about how you smoke weed every day, right? Whatever, who cares? Doesn't matter. But if you do actually want to be taken seriously in the space, right, then you should, like, at least have the appearance of giving a shit, you know? At least that's my opinion, though. That's
no. The magician is right. Roger Smith, I remember the
I
the
don't
name.
know who that is.
No, I don't know who it is. I just know the name. I've seen the Twitter user pop up.
But I find it interesting how, again, he's censoring this guy and he's censoring.
Yeah, because it's a well-known guy instead of random YouTuber.
I guess you can argue that. But anyway, let's hear his response.
Yeah.
Let's check out the clip.
Imagine a show full of stupid-ass people. All of their problems are caused by them being stupid. Any person watching could fix every conflict in the show. Now imagine this. You are stuck watching these idiots because it is your job.
Interesting.
I vaguely remember that clip. Maybe I did see this on Twitter at one point. I'm trying to remember. Maybe. I mean, the tweets are from 24, or December. So I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember because I vaguely recall there was like something about like someone's video of Madoka getting shat on. Maybe that was that. I can't remember. I don't think I commented on it, but I do vaguely recall this. I vaguely. Oh no. So they're tweets. Okay, so he's blocking out the names of the tweets. Okay, right. I see. But So that was the clip, right? That was the clip, and like, honestly, I do get like how that comes off as entitled. Like, let's listen again, right? I know I don't want to be here all day, but let's listen again. Let's hear Scamboli's own words that he has decided. This is the clip that he's deciding to use. You know, probably from this Twitter post, right? Maybe he'll provide extra context after, but let's just listen to what was in the clip that was taken from the video again.
Let's check out the clip.
Imagine a show full of stupid-ass people. All of their problems are caused by them being stupid. Any person watching could fix every conflict in the show. Now imagine this. You are stuck watching these idiots because it is your job.
Interesting.
Oh. You there? Oh no. One second. Oh no, Discord. Chat. People, Discord crashed for a second. Let me real quick try to fix this. Discord. Nretsews is dead. Alright. Discord. Get here. Discord. And program Discord through the task manager. Then get back to Discord. Open up again. Excuse the thing. There we go, Nretsews. Discord.
Oh, we back?
The technical problems here and there.
Discord had a bit of a man. Our Fuki's even disabled there. Holy shit!
No, yeah, because it's done through Discord. So
yeah, that was weird. Man, we're just having all the technical difficulties.
Yeah, different ones every time. It's
holy shit! Yeah, we are just constantly. Jesus. So do we want to do I have to exit and re-enter to get it to work again?
No, I'll just put on the static ones. There we go. We're back. It's easier.
For it to... All right. Well, whatever.
Oh no, we're back. There we
go.
Back.
Are we back? Hey. Well, anyway, I don't know how much of that you guys were hearing, but I was basically just saying, like, you know, you are able to decide what anime you want to review, right? If you like feel like, hey, I don't have a whole lot to say about this, that's like, I mean, you don't have to be positive about everything, but if you don't feel like you have anything of substance to talk about with it, then you don't have to like force yourself to watch it, right? It's like us, like we were watching Remonster, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we collectively decided, hey, we're going to stop watching Remonster because I think you did it before I did.
Yeah.
but you know, we both decided, yeah, this is bad. We don't really have anything to really talk about it outside of it being bad, so we're just gonna stop.
Besides that one fight scene that it was suddenly good.
Besides that one fight scene, yeah. But that's what I mean, right? It's like we decided, hey, we don't have anything really to offer here. We're just gonna drop talking about it, right? I mean, it's like me in that ninja show, right? The ninja show that's coming out. Like I was like, yeah, I'm not really feeling this. I'm not into it. I don't want to keep watching it. So I'm not going to force myself to watch something that I'm not having fun watching. Right.
Yeah.
Like, because here's the thing. I can watch something that's bad. Right. Or something that's like actually like bad. But if I'm still having fun watching it, then it's cool. Right. I'm not going to, I would rather have something be bad than be mid. Right. Because and I've said this before and I'll say it again. Right. The worst sin is to be mid. The worst sin is to be so bland and boring and dull, right? That you just like, what can you even say about it? Like if something's horrifically bad, you can at least have like you talk about like stuff like the Star Wars prequels or whatever, right? Like if something's horrifically bad, you can at least have discussions about it being horrifically bad. But if something is just like bland and dull, I'm not going to force myself to watch something that's bland and dull just so I can tell people it's bland and dull, right? And I get that that's not what's happening here because obviously this guy does actually not like Madoka, right? He clearly doesn't like it. He clearly doesn't like it. And that's perfectly fine, right? There's nothing wrong with that. And he wants to, talk about how he doesn't like it. That's great. But I feel like it is a little bit entitled to be like, well, I have to be forced to sit here and watch these dumbasses be dumbasses in this show for dumbasses because it's my job to do this. It's like, come on, man. Like that. I think that's a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, no, personally, right. I don't think I have really the patience to watch a bad show on purpose. It's not. It's not really in my. Except like I don't even remember. There's like one really bad thing. Oh no, Morbius, because that was just funny.
Yeah, Morbius. Yeah,
That was
watch. Yeah,
it was also the context that I watched in that made it more funnier. Illegally on Twitch under some random category, Morbius 24/7 Morbius stream, and I watched the entire movie on Twitch through a legal stream. Very funny. And morbing out with the chat. It's that's the correct and only context that you should watch Morbius in.
Right,
it's morbing time.
Right. It's morbing time, yeah. So that's why I'm kind of like, yeah, I feel like this does come off as a little bit entitled on his part. And again, it just comes back down to that's the impression that he gave in his video. He might not have intended for that to be the impression, but that is the impression that people got. So I can't really blame him. I can't really blame him, So anyway, let's see what he's got to say about it.
Now, what if we didn't deceptively cut the video?
Oh, was it out of context? Well, here we go. What's the context? Let's go.
I became the anime cuck. I was stuck to my couch, zooted. I couldn't even read, but I was forced to watch.
Oh, that.
Wait,
wait a minute.
Did we skip a bit through the resuming or something?
No, that was. Hang on, let's start from the beginning.
It's a little bit.
You should be allowed to vocalize that, but by that same merit, you're a proponent of some of the dumbest horseshit I've seen this week, and I should be able to respond. YouTuber says, imagine Scamboli whining about having to watch 12 episodes of Madoka kinds of views on my vids. Have this actually interested in
I just want the clip.
Check out the clip.
Imagine.
Okay. Part one of the clip.
Yes. In a show full of stupid-ass people. All of their problems are caused by them being stupid. Any person watching could fix every conflict in the show. Now imagine this. You are stuck watching these idiots because it is your job.
And then he's going to start, it's not my job, blah, blah,
blah. Yeah. Okay, so that is the clip. He claims it's taken out of context. This is the context.
Now, what if we didn't deceptively cut the video?
I became the anime cuck. I was stuck to my couch, zooted. I couldn't even read, but I was forced to watch.
Oh!
Wait, huh? That's not...
That doesn't make it better. It's the same point.
It's just a funnier joke. A more joke at the end.
I see, Ellie. I see what it is. It's haha. It was meant to be a joke, guys. Haha. You don't get it. I wasn't being entitled. I was just trying to make a funny. I was trying to make a cuck joke, guys. Ha 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 ha.
I can swear you could include that last bit, and it would only make alright. It's an unfunny joke about hating this.
Yeah. It's like it doesn't really change a whole lot. Like it still comes off as like.
It's an exclamation point. It's an exclamation point at the end. It's not changing the context of it.
Yeah, like what are you talking about? Oh my god! All right.
Oh, that was all set up so I could call myself the anime cuckold because it's funny.
No.
Yeah, that is literally his excuse. That is literally his excuse. He's like, guys, it's the donkey excuse. It's like, guys, it was just a joke. I said a dumb thing, right? I said a dumb thing, but it's Schrödinger's bloody Scamboli, right? Like, am I joking or am I being serious? Right? Woo!
No, the joke didn't flow. It was just I hate watching the show for my job. I am the cock because I
was
have
forced to sit in the cuck chair because it's my job. That was the joke.
But it's still, I'm forced to watch this.
So
doesn't
you're only
change.
pretending to be retarded. Yeah, that's literally what it is, Gouda. He's literally doing the I was only pretending to be retarded excuse.
It's not changing. He didn't write this correctly. I'm going to say
No.
he didn't write this correctly. If he's,
I mean, look, I get it. Okay. To be good faith, right? To be good faith, I get what he was trying to accomplish there. I do get that. Okay, he's trying to make a joke about how he wasn't having a good time watching it, but he felt like he had to sit there and watch it because he had to make the review or whatever, right? I kind of get it. I do kind of get it. It doesn't land. That's the problem. It doesn't land, and the fact that it's like the setup and the payoff just it doesn't work. And that's the problem. And I can understand how someone would watch that and come to the conclusion that he's being entitled, even with the joke, right?
You can be entitled and joke about how you can make a joke. You can make, you can say,
Ellie,
in so many
you are
words.
right about everything, Ellie. You are the king on the top of the high tower. You are no one. Yeah. Like you did it better.
Yeah, I said, like, all you peasants below me with your savage cries with nonsense-filled garbage. See, I am I am right here. You are wrong, and you can. I mean, the point still is, Nretsews, I make this joke, but I still think I'm right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a joke, and I am right. So.
Exactly.
This clip is the same thing for me. It came across to me in the same way. Like, I am making a joke about how right I am.
Yeah. And so it doesn't actually change the point being made.
No.
He still watched Madoka. He still viewed watching Madoka as a job, and he was bored out of his fucking mind or whatever. Okay. All right, let's keep going.
We explained the joke.
Because I was stuck in a chair, forced to watch something I didn't like. I find it interesting.
No, but here's the thing: you weren't though. You weren't forced to watch. Like, okay. Oh, look, and also he didn't censor the name.
Oh yeah.
He didn't. It was Roger Smith. Look.
Roger Smith. Oh, I went to Japanese instead.
He didn't censor the name. That's great. Okay, but anyway, like again, it doesn't change the thing, right? It doesn't change what like you still view like okay. Sorry, I got distracted by the fact that he didn't censor the name. Because what I was actually going to say was something along the lines of the fact that you didn't unless it was like a Patreon request, right? I could understand if it was like, hey, you got a bunch of people paying you money to have the ability, and again, this comes back to you talking about payment incentives, right? You had a bunch of people paying you money, and it was one of the like Patreon requested, voted on videos. Hey, do a Madoka video, right? Then I can understand. Oh, I was forced to watch this because it's my job, right? Because hey, I promised my Patreon something. I don't really want to go back on my word, right? Honor, dignity, blah, 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 whatever, right? I get it. That I can understand. But if it's literally like, oh no, I need to make a video about something, what am I going to make a video on? Oh, well, maybe I'll make a Madoka video, right? And then he starts watching Madoka and he's like, man, I fucking hate this. I'm having a bad time. This is boring. I don't want to be here. I don't want to watch this. You know, like at any point in the process, he could have just said, nah, fuck it. I'll do a different video on a different anime, right? Like, unless he's like contractually to meme about him going on about the contracts, right? Unless he was contractually obligated by his Patreon or whatever to make a Madoka video, he literally could have like done any other anime, but he chose to do Madoka, and that's the problem here. I don't know if you've got
weird. How many minutes the rest just for fun to know?
We're at 30, 38. We've got about 4 minutes.
All right, that's not too much.
Less. yeah, we can get through this and do a quick anime talk because we don't have to talk about as many animes. So we could probably get that done and then we'll call it because we've been going for about 4 hours. So,
yeah.
But anyway.
Interesting that people will lecture you about not understanding every nuance of the shit they're attached to, but they have no issue taking your words at complete face value if it helps their criticism.
Yeah, because that at no point in like that joke, right? Ellie, am I crazy? Right? You have to tell me if I'm crazy.
Yes.
At no point in that joke did you get. Yeah, I know I'm crazy, but did you get the impression that he like was being sarcastic?
Only as a self-deprecating exaggeration, but the core of it was the truth. That's what I got out of it.
Yeah. Like I didn't get like because he's saying now like, oh, people were taking my words at face value. Well, it's like yeah, people are going to take your words at face value unless you make it clear. Hey, I'm being sarcastic. That's a joke. Haha.
Facetious,
right?
Or whatever.
Yeah, like it doesn't. It just, yeah. Oh, man.
Motherfucker, it's a joke. Lighten up. This guy got it.
He called himself an anime cuck. That's hilarious.
That is proof that he got your joke. That he can still believe that you made a joke, that you called yourself a cuck that's funny, and believe that you were serious about being forced to.
Yeah, it's like the Martin Bailey thing. Like I'm being super serious, and then he goes to the defensible position of, oh, I'm a cuck, right? You know.
But nobody believed that you were a cuck, and everybody believes that you hated watching Madoka, and you were forced to.
Yeah. Anyway.
And yet, this sentiment is repeated ad nauseum. Scamboli hates his job. Man, fuck. This.
Yeah, but YouTube videos are hard work. What do you want? What do you want? A medal? You want a medal over the fact making YouTube? Ali, making YouTube videos is hard, right?
Yeah, it's very hard. It's kind of by the time.
It's why we're streaming. It's why we're streaming.
It's easier.
Instead of making videos.
By you start making a video and you're kind of happy where it goes, and by the time you kind of are middle through it, you're unhappy with how you started, and then it's an endless cycle of kind of restarting it, and never
disappointment. Yeah,
never ends.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not going to disagree with him. It's like, yeah. I mean, here's the thing, all right? In the interest of good faith, I do not think that he, hates his job, or he's like, I don't think he actually hates his job, or doesn't like doing what he's doing, or doesn't like video editing, or like any of that stuff. I just think the problem is when he made that joke, right? He thought people were going to understand that he was being sarcastic, and he didn't actually like, He I mean, maybe this is just me going off what the information I'm given, right? This is me going off the information I'm given. I could be wrong, right? But I get the impression that he made the cuck cheer joke, and he thought, wow, I need to have a lead up to this cuck cheer joke. How about this? I'll say, oh, I was forced to watch this again. I wasn't enjoying it, and I was forced to watch it, or whatever. And he thought that people would kind of get it, right? And obviously, people got a completely different idea from that statement of his script than what he intended, right? And I think the correct thing to do would be to go, hey, serious, I understand if some people took it that way, right? Like I'm sorry that you think that kind of way. And I know that comes off as a little bit, petty, but I mean, that's how I would assume he would respond to it, right? He would say something like, oh, well, I'm sorry you think that, right? In a sense. And that's fine, right? But I think he needs to acknowledge that, just as people have different interpretations of Madoka Magica, right?
Yeah.
People can have different interpretations of how he presented the jokes in his video, and some people might not have caught on to the fact that, hey, that was the lead up to a joke. It wasn't meant to be a serious comment, but it comes off as a serious comment, right?
So, my video was of course, all of you are wrong.
Yeah.
That's my genuine opinion on it.
Yeah.
Deal with it, I guess. That's
yeah. Yeah.
In a very kind way, in a sense, right? Just
Yeah, exactly.
very, very
It's
nice
like,
you have that opinion. I think it's wrong.
yeah, like I feel like it's just a matter of like he has to acknowledge that people obviously didn't get where he was coming from, and that happens, right? It's just a thing that happens. Sometimes you miss, right? Sometimes you swing the bat and you miss, and you got to kind of deal with it, right? You just got to go, yep, all right, move on, right? I fucked up, right? Whatever, doesn't matter, right? But he's more like, oh no, you guys took me out of context and
barely. I mean, he made bad
barely
context.
took you out of context. Like even with the it's like even with the context,
is it even more context? It's just a
not really, no.
Kind of unrelated joke, but let's finish.
Anyway.
Let's go through the last minutes.
Yeah,
is nerd shit. Most people aren't looking at their screen right now. Surprise, editing doesn't really matter. That's why Critical can sword fight with dildos and eat cereal for a living. He's entertaining. I lose money the more time I spend on editing like this, so why would I spend so much time?
Very sad story.
I'm totally not entitled, guys.
Sad. Cool
I spend all this time editing. I lose all this money editing because I spend all this time editing my videos, Ellie. I have to spend a day editing those clips, Ellie, and I get no money for it. You don't pay me.
No, you get your Switch. That's your payment, Nretsews.
Is it going to be a Switch or a Switch 2?
I said a Switch. That's the agreement.
So, okay, well, I mean, to talk about that a little bit, like, because obviously clips haven't been coming out, and the reason for that.
Nah, it's all good.
Yeah, well, no, this is more for the chat, right? More for the chat and people watching, right? Clips haven't been coming out because I've been busy, right? Just that's the long and short of it. Like, I make so this is what usually happens, right? We do a stream, and then the next day, which would usually, so the next day after a stream, I will rewatch the stream and do the timestamps. And that usually does take like about a day, right? It'll usually take like, I'll have the video up, I'll have like the editing thing for the thing up, and I'll just play the stream for a bit. I might jump around the stream to see where like we paused and stuff, right? Also, are we, hang on, are we still good? Because I'm watching the live stream right now. I don't think the Fugis are moving.
No, they haven't been for a while. That's
all right. Well, whatever. As long as the audio's coming through, that's the main thing. Who gives a shit, right? But basically, like, yeah, I'll do the timestamps, and then what was used to happen is like as I'm doing the timestamps, I will be like I actually still have the list in the server, right? Of like, oh, that was a part that could be clipped. I'll write that down with the timestamp and the episode that was, right? And then I'll download the episode, and the day after I would go in and make the actual clip, and that also usually takes about a few hours, right? Because I have to go in and clip it, and make the thumbnail, do all the stuff, right? All of that stuff, right? So I get it. It takes work. It does take work. It does take effort. I'm not like dismissing his like thing here. I'm just saying it does come off as like a little entitled when you're like, oh, well, all these other people, they can just, be entertaining and, do funny dildo stuff. And like, cause no one's watching these videos anyway. No one's watching my editing anyway. Who cares? Right. But I am a good man because I still spend the time and the effort to edit the videos, Ellie. I am the king on the castle that does all the editing and all of the stuff, right? I am so cool. Oh, woe is me. I'm losing money. Oh, whoa. It's like, dude, come on. Like, chill. Chill.
No, I don't think we're necessarily worse than the next AnyTuber, a smaller scale AnyTuber.
No, not really. Yeah, no, like I'm not.
We have a theme, we're like orange and paper theme.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is what I mean. Like, I get where he's trying to say. I get where he's coming from. I do think that there's a delivery. I think there's a delivery problem, right? I think there's a delivery problem with how he's delivering this stuff, and it makes him come off as an asshole. And whether or not that's deliberate or not is up in the air, I guess. But anyway, let's continue. I've made it when you have decided, dedicated fan doing the timestamping. Hey, maybe one day. Look, guys, if you guys want to do that, I'm not going to stop you. Like, and there have been a few episodes where I've actually not timestamped because I just didn't have the time to get to it because I've been a lot more busy with work and a lot of other stuff's come up in my life. So I can't I just haven't had the time to sit down and do timestamps.
Yeah,
So
and
yeah.
It's not necessarily a refusal that I don't do it. It's just kind of divvied up the tasks.
Well, I only do it because I only started doing it because I like how it looks on the video. I like the chapters and the bars, right? I actually like that. And two, because it does give me a chance to rewatch the stream and like think, oh yeah, that was a good clip idea. I might clip that, right? It gives me a chance to, re-go over what we did, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's my job to mess with new tech and get a headache over it.
Beta break everything, yeah. Man. But anyway, let's get to
on an edit for a show I hate because I like my job. And I wanted to highlight the strengths of Madoka Magica in a digestible way.
That probably made the anime sound really cool, so I just want to point out, full disclosure.
That shit made it sound like a fucking dope-ass show to watch.
Full disclosure, Anne Frank is a magic girl, canonically.
Or curse.
Yeah, look at this man, this dude. Look at this dude. He's
I see doubt on his face.
Let's keep going.
Anyone?
That's pretty damn.
And disbelief.
Yep. Okay, right.
Argue that's pretty damn respectful of both the show and the viewer. And it's because I like my job that I will be.
Oh, is he actually gonna is he actually gonna be like, hey, maybe I fucked up? Let's see.
These always come from a place of.
Let's see if he's actually gonna fucking do it. Let's see if he's actually gonna be like, hey, maybe I after 40 minutes of this fucking struggle session, maybe we can actually get some good out of it.
Let's go.
Have always come from a place of, did I like it and why? I don't start videos with Hideaki Anno sensei is an author known for his unflinching commentary because I'm not trying to teach a fucking classroom. Every time I criticize an anime from now on, I'm going to start saying, this is just my opinion, guys. Just so you know, this is all an opinion.
This is not a solution.
He's trying to be funny. Again, he keeps flip-flopping from like, oh, I want to take this seriously. I tried to present the show as good as I could, even though I didn't like it. I put all this effort into editing the show, editing the video, and I did all this stuff. And now he's like flip-flopped into, no, guys, I'm totally not serious, right? I'm totally not a serious man. You guys want me to just put, it's my opinion, bro, in front of everything. I have to qualify. So no one's asking you to do that, bro. No one's saying you need to put qualifiers. All they're saying is, hey, the way that you presented your points came across like this. This is how you came across to us. Maybe you could reconsider the way that you present your point in the future. That's what your commenters are saying to you, right? And instead of like acknowledging that and going, hey, maybe they're right. Maybe I did come off as a bit of a dick, or maybe I did, not do a good job with that joke and it didn't land the way I wanted it to land. Maybe I can reassess it. He's just saying, no, it's the children who are wrong. I'm right. Fuck you. I'm going to be a funny haha man. Haha 420 blazer. Right? That's what I get.
I don't, yeah. Maybe let's see if he has like one other thing he's going to improve instead.
Yeah, well, he's got 2 minutes. He's got 2 minutes to do it, so let's see.
Get mad, it's all no shit. Of course it's an opinion. Good writing, bad writing, who gives a fuck? It's good if you enjoyed watching it. If it weren't this way, there'd be an algorithm to make the perfect anime every time. That's why I'll recommend an anime with bad writing and say I hated an anime with depth. Subjectivity is a part of the business. And if I were to start sheltering my opinions on anime in fear...
Oh, so he's going to do it.
He's just doing the everything's subjective, nothing matters, nihilist bullshit, right? He's just doing same shit.
I don't really believe, if we just, we could just write a good story with an algorithm. No, you can't, because society changes. So it's... And every new story changes the society and expectations. So it's... You could write a story that's mechanically correct, but if the subject doesn't land, then too bad. The society has moved on. So it's kind of a cop-out. of that in that sense, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, like it's saying nothing basically. Like, yeah, obviously everything is subjective. Everyone has their own opinions. We've already gone over this. He's just going over that again, right? And he's being.
What can you personally do to improve? Because he hasn't. You know, he took the one thing.
I thought this was Scamboli reviews, not Ryan Johnson. You can't bait and switch me like this. Magician of D, it's the cuck chair reviews. That's gonna be our nickname. That'll be our nickname for Scamboli. We'll call him Cuck Chair Reviews from now on.
I want to see one point of improvement that he's going to do himself, because he said,
I want to see one thing where he admits, yeah, I fucked up. I'll do better. I want one
because
thing,
he said, I'm going to qualify. No, he's taken that back, so he's not going to do that.
Yeah. All right, let's see what he's gonna say.
Of how other people perceive them, that's when you can call me a sellout. So many people don't care why you feel differently than them. You say, I like dogs. And they say, oh, so fuck all cats is what you mean. And I have no...
Yeah, waffles, right? Waffles,
this guy just
pancakes,
cribbing
or whatever,
the
the Twitter
tweets.
thing, yeah.
Without
that
citation.
happens. It does happen. It really does happen where it's like people will take what you say and formulate like an entire new fucking
I like
sentence out of it,
PlayStation. Oh, so I hate Xbox. Yes.
But I get what he's saying, but it's like, I don't think that's what happened in this case.
No.
I think people like just went off the information they had. I don't think
No, because he
this is a
said
case
he
of
hated
pancakes and waffles.
Madoka was super boring and stupid and nonsensical, and then
And he
so
was
he hated
forced to
Madoka.
watch it because of his job. Yeah, and he was forced to watch it because he views
And
it
then
as a
you
job.
don't like Madoka. No, I like it. No, that doesn't match together.
interest in balancing my words around them. The only people I care about offending at all are the ones who think my objective is not to make them laugh. It's important that everyone has a different opinion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this job. People are interested in seeing through the eyes of others, and I try to make it so that even if our views are entirely different, it's all in good fun. So when that doesn't come across, sometimes people just be tripping, but other times...
Alright, so other times...
He's so close. He's so fucking close. Okay. All right. Let's listen.
Times that means I can do something better. Like,
yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Maybe it could have been more clear I was JK about that racist joke. I think Madoka Magica has incredible art, and I think the music is cool. Two things that escape the script. That's a blunder on my part, and I recognize that to many, it's a beautiful anime. To me, it's a big stinky piece of shit.
He's trying. He's so close. He's so fucking close. He just
never,
can't. He just can't do it. He just can't do it, man. Like, come on, man.
He really sounds kind of angry and bitter that he has to admit that he made mistakes.
Yeah. He's like a fucking child who's like getting scolded by his parents, and he just doesn't want to say, Timmy, did you steal the cookie from the cookie jar? And Timmy's like,
no, it was already the cookies were stupid anyway.
Yeah, the cookies were stupid.
They didn't taste good anyway.
Yeah, fuck you, Mom. Your cookies taste like shit. But that's what it comes off as. He's like, come on, man. Like, again, do you want to be taken seriously or do you not want to be taken seriously? Like, drop the persona for a little bit. All right? Drop the persona. Be real with us, right?
And I will double down.
Yeah.
Triple down.
Yep.
Quadruple down on that because I don't live in Europe. I live in...
Oh no! He's throwing shade at you, Ellie.
This is doesn't even feel like an insult. What is this?
He's probably going to talk about like free speech in America.
I don't think
Let's
so.
go.
In America, we're...
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Yep.
Most people do hide their opinions out of shame, but not me, and you shouldn't either. Unless they're race or sexual orientation related, these opinions should be carefully considered before uttering. Art is meant to be explored and debated.
Let's not forget, he had a very iffy mentally disability thing going on.
Yeah. Maybe you should have considered
that also, maybe.
Consider that one a little bit, yeah. Oh man.
Likes and dislikes are windows to other minds, and if you want to deepen your connection with a piece of art you like, you might find that by taking a peek. Also, they're cartoons. Why the fuck would I be scared to tell you I hate this or like this? I don't care.
I guess that's it.
He showed a bunch of Land of the Illustrious. What is his opinion on that?
Maybe he likes it. Maybe he likes it. I don't know. So 18 minutes is the length of his Madoka video.
I'm not really feeling like watching it now.
I don't really feel like watching it, yeah, and I don't really feel like watching it at all. But so what was our first impression on Scamboli?
If we had an impression of Forgot It, wishy-washy,
A little bit, yeah.
high ground claimer.
Not really what we came here for, right? This is my problem. Is like I saw this video hit my like recommended, right? And I was like, the state of anime discussion, and it had like a thumbnail that was like, it wasn't the thumbnail that showed up in the watch together at the beginning. It was just like, you know, anime discussion, black text, white background or something like that. I think that's what it looked like, right? And so I was kind of like, yeah, this could be a good video to watch. This could be fun because, you know, this is what we do. We do anime discussion. We talk about anime all the time. This is the main point of our show, kind of, right? Anime, video games, and all that fun stuff, right? And guys, cuck cheer out in. And then it's like it's you know, let's just listening while doing gunsmoke runs. Hey, Gouda, base GFL2 player, let's go. Okay, but basically, yeah, no, it's yeah, I did not come here expecting the video to be about him arguing with his comment section for 40 minutes, right? Like, that's not what I came here for. I was bamboozled, I was clickbaited, I was tricked, you know, I'm not happy about it, right? And that's kind of, I think that's a bit of a problem, because that's kind of soured my entire, like, impression of the guy, right? Like, I wanted to have an actual, like, you know, hey, maybe people are going too far over this anime stuff. The whole chibi reviews thing is a hot topic. Maybe we could talk about, you know, people that are taking opinions over anime into, like, real world consequences, right? And we should, like, maybe dial it back a bit and, you know, fucking figure out what the hell's going on. Why are people behaving like this, right? But we're not having that conversation. Instead, we're having a conversation about how everyone in Scamboli's comment section is wrong about his dumb Madoka video or whatever. And it's like, I really don't actually care about that. Like, I don't actually, you know, really care about your beef with the Weeb crew or whatever or something. Like, come on, man. Like, yeah. I'm here for, and I guess, like, I've kind of, like, already gone over, like, final thoughts and stuff throughout the video. Like, I feel like he is stuck in this thing where he wants to be taken seriously, but he also doesn't want to be taken seriously. He's doing the whole, you know, donkeys fucking Schrödinger thing, where it's like, hey, take me super duper seriously. I am doing these anime reviews. I put a lot of effort into these videos. I'm all this stuff. But then at the same time, it's like anytime a criticism comes up, it's just, oh, haha, funny, no, it's haha, full 20 blaze at Weed Man. Yeah, I'm getting lit while watching Madoka. It's all just funny games, guys, you know? And I'm just like, no, you gotta pick your side, man. You can't really play both sides of the fence, at least not in the way that you're doing it. So yeah, that's my final thoughts and my impressions.
Yeah. Also, with Jason of D, I might be compromised on that Freeman video. I watched it and I had brief conversations with the Lex guy on the Discord, so I am compromised. I have biases.
Big biases, yeah.
But you know,
all right. Well, shall we do a quick?
Yeah.
Because my voice is starting to go, actually, so I might have to go grab it.
Yeah, we're not practiced on this approaching 5 hour streams.
Well, this is not going to be in every. This is just it's the 60th episode. I wanted to do a long video. I picked this one because it was a long video, so you know. Oh, excuse me.
So extra scuffed because I kind of I expected to have my thumbnail thing ready, but
Right. Nah.
it failed.
Oh, well, I guess I'll kind of... All right, well, actually, no, I'm going to get a drink. So I will be right back. You do Apocryphary Diaries or something while I...
Yeah, no, I can't because it kind of came out just, just a few hours before the stream. So that's when that one is out. I'll just put on the big show. And even then, like, no new episodes of these came out. I mean, I watched the Reincarnation Villainous show. But yeah, that was fun. And I haven't had time to watch the Doctor Detective show, so I'm super sparse this week. Because, every show that I'm watching at least comes out today. So Nretsews is the one who has to save this stream. Oh, I could talk about Orb, but that's unfortunately kind of. It's a show that I hadn't had the time to make new screenshots. So I'll talk about Orb just a little bit. Alright, into action. So Draka, the nomad girl, and Jolenta, the girl from like season 1, kind of, now the leader of the Heretic Liberation Front, meet up. Draka has told the contents of the book, and now it's kind of, the book is done. It's ready for published.
Book is done, publish time. Yeah.
Publishing, getting them to the publish time. But unfortunately, there's a problem. Daddy has found out where they are.
Oh fuck.
So,
oh no. Also, I see you're talking about orbs, so don't worry.
Yeah, but also I had, because I wanted to get the thumbnails, the new method ready. I hadn't had the time to get the old thumbnails out.
Yeah.
So
work in progress. Work in progress stuff is happening.
Yeah, also it was like a day earlier, so last minute. So, there's some philosophical discussions. They are the mainstay of the show. They are the one. That's why we are here. But I'm going to skip over them a bit. It's just about how Yolenta's reason for being is kind of just getting heliocentrism out there because it's such a cool thing. She did have a very cool speech. Like, she doesn't know what her father is doing, where he is, what he does, who. It would suck if she would meet her father again, because they're separated for so long. But then she thinks about, then she's going to steal her thought. She's going to again, like, steady her thoughts and ready her stance and silence her fears and crush the doubts. For all of history is at her back. The winds of history are at her back, pushing her forward. Very cool speech. She's at the forefront of human history, and human history is at her back, pushing her forward for this moment. Alright, so, oh no, the Inquisitors are coming with 2 carts. Alright, Draka, here's the book, and get out of here with the soldier squad. Yolenta is going to stay behind. So, Nretsews, there's a meeting between Yolenta and Novak, the father. For one moment, exactly one moment, Yolenta sees her father, and it's night. She drops the torch, and explosion.
Oh no!
She explodes.
Oh no, big boom.
Big boom. The house that she stayed is exploded. She exploded. It's unclear if Novak knows that her daughter was the resistance leader and died in front of his eyes. If he's just blocking that out for the moment to focus on the mission, or if he's doubting it, it's unclear. Unclear. But meanwhile, the free soldiers and Draka are in the carts about, all right, we're going to bring this book to the Reformation, the Protestants, and they're going to publish the book. And it's all going to be, as Yolanta wanted. Yolanta is a big heretic, so to prove her devotion, she'll just die a martyr, and it will help us get into the good graces of the Reformation, so the Protestants. And we'll get this book published as she wanted. And unfortunately, in Nretsews, some inquisitors on horseback run by, then back around and say to the guard, "Hey, you stop! Everybody get out!" And that's where the episode ends. So we are hitting a snag. It might just. Not this, so not last episode, but the episode before that, there was like a hint of betrayal. Like, the guy that asked from, "Alright, this is the final mission. Where is it? At what time? With how many people? With what resources, etc." Asking these very follow-up-y questions about a secret mission that nobody is allowed to know. So betrayal is still a bit in the air, but Yolanta, good character. In the poster, she's the girl in the hood. Dead. Like everybody in the poster is dead.
Everybody did.
Everybody in the poster is dead, and
oh no. Oh no.
It's a show that does that. It's all about, passing on knowledge and history.
Right.
But yeah, that's Orb, and there's no Apothecary. The new episode of The Doctor came out just like yesterday, but I haven't even seen the episode before that.
Right, well, I guess it's my turn then.
Yes.
I guess it's my... So the only one I don't have to talk about is Guild Receptionist, I believe.
Yeah.
Other stuff comes out tomorrow, so I wouldn't be covering stuff, but I can cover other stuff. So I'll just go in order of what I've kind of watched. So Oji-san, Isekai Oji-san, he is in the game doing game things. We get to see we're getting a little bit of game mechanic-y type stuff happening where there's hints that the daughter can control the dragon, and we might be able to get some back and forth happening, so that's interesting. But other than that, the episode was pretty much the same as usual. Wacky shenanigans. The Iceman and the Fireman fight a bone dragon, and Oji-san helps them unlock their true potential by using the power of Japanese.
What entails that power?
Because so the way the magic system works is you have a magic circle, and you use like a magic language.
Oh I remember that part. No, sorry, I thought.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Because he uses Japanese as his language, so he's writing in Japanese, and no one knows what the fuck he's like writing, because he's not using like the in-game world magic language. He's using Japanese as his magic language, and then that so he's basically pulling out everyone's potential by writing
the power of the Japanese nationalism or something, but it's in that language.
Bonk, 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 Ellie, bonk. I'm gonna bonk you. No, bad Ellie. But no. I was making it more about like he's using the power of the language to bring out people's skills and stuff. So that's an interesting kind of thing. And of course, it obviously leads to everyone getting massive boosts. And it's directly explained by the daughter. Yeah, that is the big affection gain boost notification thingy-madiggy, right? So he's Everyone loves him, you know. And we also get gossip girls doing big gossip, trying to badmouth our main character girl. Oh no, that's bad. Ooh, uh-oh. And then it all gets kind of resolved.
Yeah, this is really the episodes of the getting rid of the social issues.
Yeah, and I mean, it's good. It's good. I mean, I don't have too much to say about it other than it's good, right? It is entertaining. And I have been having fun watching it. I'm more interested in like kind of the mystery of the mechanical aspect of it, like how is the interactions between the real world and the game world going to kind of happen, and what's going on here. So it's interesting. It's interesting. Dr. Stone is next. The war continues. The Mr. X-Man, Xeno-Man, is trying to assassinate Dr. Taiju. Dr. Taiju is going to get assassinated. Sends the Soldier Man and his goobers out with this chick who's in a striped dress. Why is she in a striped dress? Oh, it's so that I can judge the distance for my sniper rifle. You just have to go on the boat and find Dr. Taiju, point at him, and then boom, big sniper rifle, 50 cal, boom, dead. Oh no, big bad. So the setup here is obviously Senku and everyone else is like, yeah, this chick is a spy. They've been around the mentalist guy long enough. Yeah, this chick is fishy. But they're like, we'll bring her on board and we'll figure it out. We got to get as much information out of her as we can, right? Two-way spy versus spy type stuff, right? And the episode kind of ends with Senku realizing, wait a minute, this guy is the guy that I was reading online, Dr. X. He's from NASA. He's ex-NASA.
Correct.
Ex-NASA, big man that was my mentor. Oh boy. Big revelation. And all while this is happening, like the assault team is still on their way trying to track down the enemy base while stuff is going on. So we got introduced to some new characters, and I assume that we're gonna see how it plays out, right? I'm still interested. I'm still interested. It's been entertaining.
This is like 2 chapters away from where I stopped.
Yeah, and I'd say it's been it's pretty interesting. I'd say it's been pretty good. Right, Red Ranger. Big a few interesting reveals in Red Ranger this week. Because we had the guy who is the town control of town. He turns into the moon from Majora's Mask. He turns into the moon. And they transform into the big robot and push him out into space. And all of the characters that aren't Red Ranger are like, wait, what the fuck is space? What do you mean space? I thought heaven was up here. What the fuck? Where is having a little mini existential crisis because there's no heaven? You can imagine that though. Like you're in a fantasy world where there's no space travel, and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, no, it's just like space exists. Yeah. What the fuck is so they do they defeat the moon, right? They remove the seed. It's revealed that our blue princess girl has a seed of her own, but her seed can eat the other seeds, right? And she takes them into herself, and that's her power or something like that, right? And so we get introduced to a new antagonist. He's a clown man. He's big smiles. Ooh. Big smile clown man. And they're having a fight with him because he's like, ooh, we got to deal with you now. Ooh, we're going to deal with this princess right now. Ooh. But then it turns out, wait, he talks about otherworlders, Ellie. Ooh, otherworlders. Ooh. There are other people from other worlds coming to this world. It's a thing. Ooh. And that gets Red Ranger thinking. He's like, ooh, what's going on here?
If you can bring people, can you set me back?
Yeah, big. So essentially, they have a fight, and we get introduced to the head of the wizards thing, the possibly evil wizard person that uses
very
tentacles.
suspiciously evil looking.
Yeah, and she's very mean to our
That
purple
means she's evil.
Yeah, she's evil. Yeah, but motives unclear. But she comes in and kind of helps save the day and drive off the Smiley Man, and yeah, and then they get teleported to the wizarding Hogwarts, basically. You're teleported to Hogwarts, and I assume we're gonna get some interesting developments from there. But yeah, it's good. It's good. I've had a good time. I think it's still funny. I think it's interesting. It's been good. Solo leveling, man beats the shit out of some orcs. That's the episode.
Very
he pretty
easy.
much, yeah, pretty easy. He goes the S class, the orcs are assholes, and he's like, nah, I'd win. And then he just beats the shit out of them. There's a bit more that happens than that, but it's mostly just like a show of like him showing how powerful he is. All the other hunters see how powerful he is. The Hunters Association comes in and is like, guys, we've got to be quiet about this, please. It's, big hush hush, please don't say anything. He may or may not have made the bloody blonde S rank girl get wet with how cool he is. Maybe. We'll see.
The Korean manga web novels, it's when it doesn't.
She's like, wow, he's so cool.
It's more
he
odd when it
smell
doesn't.
Bad, and he's so cool.
It's a more rarity if it doesn't happen in those.
But I have a feeling that she might end up becoming potential love interest. We'll see. I'm more interested in the Dark Elf girl in the OP. Because there's a Dark Elf girl. I guess that's going to be like the next arc, maybe, because we're like 6 out of 13 episodes. But like, there's this Dark Elf girl that shows up in the OP, and while he's fighting like some other guy. So, and he's fighting that guy in the real world. So I assume that guy comes through into the real world and he has to deal with it, and it's got something to do with this dark elf looking girl. So maybe that's going to be, maybe this thing's happening, because but yeah, most of this episode was just, hey, cool, you get a cool fight this episode, you get to see him beat the shit out of some orcs, right? And he's got 2 levels and he's super powerful, and big fun times. So Cat S rank monster show, yeah. I don't know how long I'm going to keep talking about it. I might keep watching it, but it's like, it's just the same thing every episode. Like, the episodes are very formulaic. It's like, okay, we have like a problem, right? Be it like a boss, or like in this case, it was like a necromancer who's trying to avenge his dead wife because the guy who's the mayor of the town is a creepy sex pest who like rapes women and drugs them to drug rapes women and kidnaps them and does horrific things to them, right? And he's a sleazy fat whatever, right? And so we have the big problem where he's brought back like the dragon back to life, and he's trying to kill the guy and destroy the town and get revenge. And then we have big fights, because he's kidnapped the little grass fairy lolly girl to use as a mana battery so he can power his necromancy, and so we have to save her, and it's all, you kind of see where it's going. They defeat him, they show him revenge is not the way, and then he's about to get executed, and they use a truth serum on the mayor, and he spills the beans, and then he's, oh no, he's going to be in jail for the rest of his life. And then we go to the bathhouse, Ellie. Did you guess that we were going to have bathhouse scene again? It's happened in every episode. They go to the bar. Like, I wonder what the author's fetish is. I wonder if he's got a bathing fetish or something. He loves having a bath episode. Every goddamn episode they bathe, right?
My conspiracy narrative is that he got wind or knew that it would be an anime, or at least
there's a possibility of an anime. So
we got to get them as naked as often as possible.
But it's like, okay, I've said it before, but it's like, I'm not complaining about the fan service aspect of it. That's fine. It's just, it's the same thing. It's the same thing over and over again. It's like, oh yeah, it's become really generic, right? Is the problem. And I'm getting kind of bored with it. I'm already like, 7 or 6 episodes in, so it's not like I'm going to drop it or anything, but it just feels like it's not really going anywhere. Like, there's no interesting, like, overarching plot or mystery or
not
you
even
know,
the island stuff.
No, wait, what are we talking? Wait, what? What island?
Wasn't
stuff?
there a thing about?
No, we're
you
talking
know...
about Cat Show. We're talking about Cat Show.
Oh, sorry, I thought.
You thought Solo? No, I'm talking about the Cat Show. I'm talking about the Cat Show, the Cat Fucker Show, where everyone wants to fuck the cat. Yeah, the Cat Fucker
Sorry,
Show.
you thought we're talking about super strong and fighting fantasy things
yeah. We got across the wires.
Yeah.
But no, so the S-Class Behemoth show, like, again, like, I'm not like saying it's necessarily bad. It's just it has kind of become a bit too repetitive for me, and there's not really anything like hooking me, you know, like. And I mean, look, I'm not going to complain about the ass and the titties and the bath stuff, right? Like, that's fine. I just wish they did something a bit more. Like, they've introduced, like, tentacle monsters, and there's, like, a few fan service things around that, but not a lot, right? Like, they've introduced, like, there are elements where it's like, okay, maybe we could do some different tropes now, you know? Maybe, oh, wait, no, we're having another, they're bathing, and the cat's on the breasts, and then, oh, okay, I guess we're doing that again, I guess, right? You know, yeah. So, it's, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to keep talking about it on the show. I'll decide probably after this week's episode if I'm going to, like, because there's not much to say about it. It's just the same thing over and over again, right?
When I get the thumbnail game thing ready or working, then I maybe can easily include it. Just as a thing.
Yeah, so I'm kind of like, that's where I'm at with it. I'm gonna finish it, but I'm just, you know, I'm probably not gonna talk about it as much. And then of course, Guild Receptionist. I mean, that you know came out today, I think. So I don't have anything to say.
No,
I can't talk about a show about the episode I haven't watched yet. So we'll see what happens with that later. But anyway, I think you've got Doctor. Did you talk about House MD?
No, because like the episode came out like yesterday night.
Oh, that's another one.
And I haven't been able to catch up on the episodes before.
Okay, all right.
Bit of a backlog on that one.
Just gives us more to talk about next week.
And we only have like we had the villainous and solo leveling. Did I completely glaze over that or?
Yeah, I talked about solo leveling. Yeah,
oh damn! It just went straight into the cat show.
It's getting bad. Yeah, I did talk about solo leveling, and I said it was yeah. But I guess that's a good sign. We should probably.
Yeah, I actually am a bit sleepy, so.
Okay, well, it's been fun. It's been a fun one.
Unexpected,
unexpected, but yeah, a fun 60th episode for us to this week. So it was good. But we will, I guess we'll catch you guys
next week, presumably at the normal time, but
presumably with the normal time at the normal length, with hopefully no goddamn technical difficulties.
I'll try to get that thumbnail stuff ready. At least I have my Saturday the whole day to watch anime and work on. Actually, watch anime for fun. Yes.
Yeah. It's totally. Oh, it's such a slog.
Yeah, man.
Right, it's such a job.
Sometimes it is when you got 9 to watch, but
yeah. But anyway, we'll catch you guys next time. Hope you guys have a good rest of the week, and we'll see you next time.
Later.
Bye.